to stop the music before we go live on YouTube to avoid copyright strikes. Welcome everyone to another live stream. We continue where we left off the other day. I got also like one wrong click on the Twitch homepage and you get half-naked girls. That's better no random click here. Don't follow Twitch girls, just follow us. I experimented with this thing the last days already. We had bootloader thing not bootloading. I had Rock Linux 2. Here on this old drive, which I probably accidentally reinstalled. I think I had something else on this. Rock Linux 2.1, I believe it was. 2001 or so. That booted. Overclocked this a little bit. Had to measure as like it would have been fun. But yeah, a little bit overclocked, 160 megahertz. First I tried 150, so that's AMD. So before it's there, but hey, it's Pentium clone 586. Like no, that is a 486 class, as you see here, 4F4, 486 AM4 5x86 and Cyrix. Not even sure if I have that one. Anyway, this is an AMD 5x86. P75, yes, that's correct. X5, normally clocked 133, 4 times 33. And yeah, it's also running at 4 times, is this even, yeah, 4 times 40. I had tested 3 times 50 at 150. Anyway, just some side notes of, yeah. Let's see, as usual, every small thing here is not even a 486 improvement before, like, why do you maintain this? I mean, first of all, other people wanted this too. Oh, Rust fails, need to fix this later. I already found 2 packages that are actually not building 32-bit. The Intel VA API media driver things, and welcome everyone. And we have people downloading this, right? We even have people filing GitHub issues of like, yeah, do some of your executables crash? It's like, yes, I know. We tackled this yesterday already. So let's see if we can get this somehow booted. So worst case, I have here various things. I have here a CF card adapter, although this one has it's only 64 megabytes. Like, remember when they sold, I kid you not, this probably came with something like my first digital SLR or whatnot, like 64 freaking megabyte. This is just some. So we could boot off of this, but currently I have their DOS and some test executables on there. We could also plug in another CF card. I would prefer to network boot it, but that didn't work the other day. So that would be amazing if we, because like network booting always has the benefit that it, yeah, we can actually test this. No, so the stuff I have plugged in. So also grub, theoretically, we should eventually theoretically debug grub. Imagine if we would have some funding, we could spend days after days debugging all the things, because somehow grub does not network boot for me, neither the old nor the new. So grub 2 on, yeah, 2,500 distributions, but grub 2 does not work for me on older like sub-gigahertz era. I don't even know why, it just crashes. Okay, so this is totally not ideal. Oops, why is Alacrity thing of that is all of course not ideal. I didn't really want it to. So yeah, the thing is why I'm not the greatest fan of Rust is everything builds and then like this, right? What is this even? What is the error? Cargo? Things of things. I don't even know what the issue here is. What is the issue here? Yeah, this is a brave new world. Rust, it's amazing, except when it isn't, which, spoiler alert, often it isn't. Meson? What is here the issue? interrupted ninja. Oh, was this just because I pressed Control C on? Was this just because I pressed Control C on Mesa? Python Mesa all raw stuff. Maybe it just aborted due to me pressing Control C potentially. No, but it. Okay, so the thin provisioning was known. That's also somehow some strange new circular dependency, like all the stuff I need to waste my lifetime on. So the Mesa stuff is, okay, look at this. This was indeed, okay. So basically all of this stuff is known, for which you also need some real fix for. Which, spoiler alert, is not fun. So somehow if someone is bored, so not only 486, any also ARM32 and RISC-V 32 and MIPS32, any 32-bit cross-compile bootstrap currently breaks on Mesa. But so this is only a symptom. The symptom is that I skipped 0 Mesa. The issue is that 0 Mesa doesn't... It should be a simple fix. It should not... It should simply... There's something... Yeah, probably that's actually our bug. Our tooling does there's something wrong. And see, if it's our bug, I even say it's our bug, like just 99% it's not our bug. We must configure there's something wrong because 32-bit cross-build Mesa fails, which it shouldn't. So probably we set something 32-bit-ish wrong there for that. Let's just copy that from some other build for today, because I'm not here for that today. That's probably fine. There's one more. Oh, is there? Maybe there is not one more. Okay, there's Pokel, but this is for Power VR. How many viewers do you have a job? Well, I run a whole company like Elon Musk. Just nobody writes about this because I wasn't on Epstein Island. So, I don't know what's, everyone just Elon Musk. He opened his mouth. He's tearing down his car business. But when we do amazing stuff, it's like, yeah, just some German dude on his unsuccessful YouTube channel. I don't know why we sit here. We sell scan software because that's the most profitable right now. Yeah, mostly for macOS, because obviously macOS scanning not amazing. Basically, if you want to scan Epstein files like our highly valued enterprise customers in New York and New Jersey do, or in Brussels or any other, or if you want to actually do embedded Linux things, but most things go to India, China and stuff. So you can also just share, like, and subscribe here. Safety enough. Do I look like I saved enough? I spent all my money on vintage and retro gear, like one 486 here, one Voodoo there, some SGIO2. It's like at the end of the year, your wife, it's like, why? Where's our money from our accounts? Like, well, we have an Octane and an Itanium and an O2, and you want to see this shiny overclocked 486. It's like, but honey, we have a CRT now. We have a 21, although to be fair, the 21-inch CRT I got for free. Thank you again for that. Which probably I should turn on sometimes. Gorgeous. So, safety enough. Yeah, pretty cool stuff we do, but it's not as cool as Epstein Island, so we don't get news. Maybe we should create a island paradise thing, a code island things. So, thin stuff. Error. So we just skip this here because thin stuff. But your shares, like, subscribes. Like yesterday, someone said they learned, so us here, and donated 49.99 British pound on YouTube. VTN. So certainly that helps. As does sharing, liking, subscribing, and telling big media news that we do cool stuff. I actually wrote the register contact who still did not write a article, but at least mentioned us somewhere along the lines. I wrote him today, by the way, heads up, for this time 486, probably for real, we're still going to maintain it, right? Like just that you know already for your article. And auto reply, I'm on holiday. It's like, holiday, what is that? I looked it up in the dictionary. Apparently holiday is when like people like don't work for a day or week or so. Strange concept, don't even quite understand quite what that is. The holy day. Holy days. Things. Who has still holy days? Holy days. It's like people still believe the Bible or things, right? All the peace stories. Anyway, enough chit chat. Do we have enough people to? No, not really. Yeah, not the best time, but I wanted to get this done. Also, hey, we cleared our RVA prototype through customs. Yay! Only took over a week. Actually took what was so basically effectively a 1.5. What day do we have? Tuesday? Monday? Working each day. All right, this stream shouldn't. How should I know what day there is? It's not like we have holy days here. British still call them all. Yes, I know. British still call them that all the time. Yes, I know the holy days. The holy days of the British Kingdom. I know. I'm just trying to be funny. What do you think about Linux things? Good release. I only know. I never know. I mean, I find it stupid. If I were Linus Torvalds, which thank goodness I am not, I would put meaning into the release numbers and not the strange argument of they want to be kernel guru meditators, but like I cannot count with fingers and toes and stuff, and it's like I would increase a major version with something substantial, not like I cannot count anymore. It's like even my 5-year-old can count to 100, so not really sure what the problem is. So for me, I only know if it's a good release when I upgrade the T2 to it, and like basically quality is so meh. This is also some parallel build thing, I believe. Actually, this happened a couple of times for me. So basically, I don't know, like random changes. Most Linux kernel things actually not particularly noteworthy for me. It's the same stuff as random changes. Your guess is as good as mine. So this stuff we are working on. So this stuff is work on. I mean, if someone wants to fix this is just annoying to debug. I have no idea why this starts to happen now. Sometimes it happens, not particularly. I mean, yeah, as soon as someone files a Git report, I will probably look into this. Like 2026, my main motivation is like no profile GitHub issues, and I need to work on them not to look buggy. What I do for a living? I just answered. Like this I do for a living. Share, like, subscribe. Maintaining 486. RISC-V, the German wunderkind that does just everything except getting news. RVA, RISC-V RVA hopefully arrives tomorrow if UPS gets it from custom clearance to us in 24 hours, which they promise they do according to their tracking. Otherwise, scan software. It's actually, like, unlike Linux, I just posted this. Unlike Linux, where nobody pays for this, actually lawyers like, shut up and take my money. I want to scan the Epstein files faster. It's like, yes, here, I heard you. And I'm not kidding, for recently increased scan volume, our software supported this high-end scanners, production scanners already for years, for actually over a decade. But recently my company, we have 100 scanners in, I kid you not, we have 100 scanners in storage, starting from my very first one that I purchased when I was 16. Like, we recently got this monster cheap off of eBay. Because lawyer, it's like, how dare your software does not meet rated spec? It's like, we need scan shit. It's like, yes, I hear you. I found a scanner on eBay for, it's like, anyway. Yeah, so we The irony is I didn't even test scanning in Linux because I only scan on macOS, which is we can make everything, hear me out, we can make everything great in T2 Linux except scanning because people need to continue buying exact scan for macOS and Windows. That's a fair deal, right? The thing is, your son can count to 100, he can count to 100, 1,000, what? Who? Linus Torvalds? Open source Linux, I think, what? I won't be like you, what's the roadmap gonna be like? Learning and doing. And like when other delete 486 testing it. So, enough said. That's there. Don't delay. Recommend our amazing software. Actually, recommend this to Volkswagen, Tesla, and SpaceX and ESA and stuff working on it. We're working on things to expand scanning business to embedded Linux again. As I said before, I founded my company for embedded Linux, but people paid so little and outsourced to India, Russia, China, and stuff that my company mostly sells Mac software. Is that not crazy? And is now living. That is a Linux open source landscape. You don't get news, you don't get funding, and you live off your primary business of doing other things. But can't they use XScan with Linux? Yes, theoretically, yes. We just don't even test this regularly because I spend all my time testing Linux's 486s and SG Octanes and stuff. Theoretically, I mean, yeah, the irony is I develop most things on Linux, on T2 Linux, and then don't support it on Linux. Is that not cool? Theoretically, the new ultra portable Windows version that I developed on flights to Brazil, I told the story before. Theoretically, the Windows version runs and looks identical on Linux, but we only sell and support this for big tenders like the government in Brazil. Because have you seen what a support nightmare Linux is? We could, however, say we support it in government tenders worldwide or T2 Linux. But yeah. Anyway, who cares about scanning? That business. The future is T2 Linux. So don't delay, don't write scan software. Just use open source Linux. So and theoretically, I developed the base. Obviously, theoretically I only got to the Mac scan software because I wrote, and every Linux ships with my Sane Scanner Access Now Easy Sane Vision driver that supports some 200 dish scanners that I've abandoned 20 years ago. The one thing, actually, hear me out, the one thing I abandon maintaining is the open source scanner driver because turns out it's a lot of time. And second, if I make this open source scan software too good, then nobody buys my exact scan for Mac. Would kill my business if Sane on macOS would work with all the scanners. So yeah, anyway. Good, all the other stuff built, let's turn this on and yeah, can't make anything for free. I cannot make scanning too good for free, otherwise I would lose my income. So who's calling now? Stop synchronous communication, just write me an email. Then things. Let's turn it on. Let's actually. The other day I wonder what. Would it even network boot like that? I didn't even. Yeah, so you probably kinda, you know what, I think for the views I should actually start connecting the capture software. Otherwise it's boring and stuff. And not visually pleasing enough, especially for the YouTube archive. This now I left it powered off too long. No, I left it because the thing doesn't have a battery. That's not ideal. All I would need, so I don't know yet how it's stable. Disable, let's clock by 6, I believe, and there was PCI bus asynchronously. Disable floppy. I start capture just in a second. GA capture. Sir, how many being saying I can't sit more than 2 hours in front of the computer? Why is that? What do you do in front of the computer? Okay, that does try Ethernet. Let's try that again. It didn't work in the day. I don't know. What is your problem sitting 2 hours in front of a computer? I can sit all day long in front of a computer without problems. But I also use T2 Linux. On a normal desktop, Intel AMD, which version would be best to test? VirtualBox or something else? Thanks. I guess just the desktop. And alright, memtest, does this boot today here or still not? Because booting kernel failed, invalid argument. I have no idea what this is about. So the system is otherwise stable enough to boot from IDE. That's super annoying now. But I mean, basically it doesn't really matter the most. We can just plug in IDE here and boot off of that. So yeah, basically on a normal desktop, just, if you mean T2, just get the latest polished desktop here and test it in whatever you prefer. So that would be that one here, right? No corner desktop here. Although we have actually a slide update. Maybe we should put the updates in here. That actually, so the last month's updates were a little bit wasteful if nobody knows about them. Which is probably why we should ASAP do a front side. So those point releases we should keep there and then have a top level site listing the latest releases. By the way, QEMU, they also want to remove 32-bit support. When I try update using Pacman, the error shows 2 versions. Would you like to remove? I say yes, but the dependencies are required by another program. This might shock you, but I'm not using, never have and never will be using Arch Linux. There is this wonderful, also sometimes failing to install thing from source T2 Linux here. Have you tried? By the way, I run. We should pre-test that those works and what so I theoretically also would have this blue SCSI to test. Actually, this might be why I have also various things. How experimental do we want to go today? Maybe I shouldn't waste time. This blue SCSI I also auctioned 6 months ago. Didn't even test it yet. Okay, let's first. Hello. Oh, we are. I think we're running out of. This took a hell lot long to. Why is this consuming that much memory? Can never have too much. Build for 486, get 96 gigabyte of out of memory, killed stuff away. Look, this fix works from yesterday. No stuff, not segmentation folding anymore. The network boot is super, super extremely annoying. Thunderbird and Firefox sound like bootleg Pokemon names. Speaking of which, maybe we need a better name for T2 Linux. Using something swappable would make sense. Maybe even compact flash. I have here a micro drive, but I don't really want to use a micro drive. I also have here, this is so crazy, when they made 10 megabyte, 10, what do I have here? Oh, PTS DOS, on this I have PTS DOS from Russia. T3 Linux incoming, yeah, very funny. 10 megabyte, what should I do with 10 megabyte? 10 megabyte. Okay, I have PTS DOS on there, so I probably should not overwrite this. I mean, not that I would ever need PTS DOS again, but... So here I have a micro drive. Remember micro drive, 1 freaking gigabyte of micro drive. Actually I have 2 of those. 4 gigs and 1 gig. I mean, we could debug network booting, but what would the... I mean, if the only reason that doesn't work is because the data is corrupted. The same binary works in QEMU. Something really, really strange is going on there, and I don't think I have the time and nerves for something really, really strange in real mode bootloader. If I search something about T2, AI generated stuff is comedy gold. I can't believe that. Actually, I have an extreme. The thing is, this large ones here is in 128 gigabyte apparently SanDisk. I think I purchased those here recently on stock. For stock. The thing is, the 486 cannot even boot from gigabyte size storage. If I plug some gigabyte storage in the STCF adapter now, it will anyway not really... I mean, it will not easily boot because of not larger than 2 gigabyte boot support. I mean, I guess I could use a gigabyte micro drive. Or I use this 4 gigabyte micro drive. That's probably my one from my first digital SLR. If I use the SCSI, of course I have a PCI SCSI. I mean, I should finally test this, but I also don't want to waste time with random shit, so I guess we test this one here. I guess we could actually, okay, the thing is, we could install T2 on this, but that's a little bit excessive because I don't really, this old one, this is probably 20-year-old, and these old ones do not have good wear leveling, so if we run a journaling file system on this, it probably will deteriorate in no time, and I don't want to deteriorate these old things here. Use IMAGES drive. Yes, I have that, of course. I also have, the last years from my successful business, I actually have a JES drive. I even have an LS 120. But the 486 BIOS does not directly support LS 120. Any tips on writing virtual file system with libfuse? Not really. I personally would be too proud after all this time to rename it because of newer things, even if it made sense. Yeah, that's also why I didn't rename it yet. Hear me out. This T2, Apple T2 Linux must eventually go away and we must eventually become more popular, right? Micro drive is neat tech, yes. That is why I got one when they were new, for collectors' purposes only. Okay, let's use let's lose a CF drive. I need a CF reader. Here is a garbage old cheap ass Conrad, already looks ugly, CF reader. Then we only need a mini USB cable that we hopefully have somewhere. No, that's USB-C. Random old cables, micro. How many old cables can you possibly have on your desk? Not a mini USB. Let's use my luxury mini disc. Audiophile with ferret cores. Sony mini disc cable. I should not use it though. It's precious. Maybe I should check what the 486 are on, because but I think it should be, if we just partition it to 1 gigabyte or whatever, because it was 4. Let's hope there are no photos on it. So it's probably building LibreOffice or something. Yeah, you get capture soon, because if that's going well, it's a pity that network boot doesn't boot. So IDE auto detection, yeah, look, size 1.9. That's of course not ideal. 1.9 gigabyte maybe. Rudy, how are you doing? What you up to? A little troublemaker. You are taking charge of 46 now. I mean, charge is relative. I will not do upstream. Probably, really. So, we'll just maintain it. I mean, I could say like, hey, could maintain it, but I'm pretty sure. The thing is, I don't want to officially be the one who says like, we can maintain all the old shit. I don't want to officially be the old shit guy. Plus, I'm pretty sure the x86 maintainer, like there are official x86 maintainers, and when they like officially don't want to support it anymore, I guess they're not like, oh, I hate USB ports. Come in, go in there, can't be that difficult. Actually, we have another issue. Man, what's with this USB port? The other issue is actually why do I have... Oh, right, I took it also. I I'm figuring out can get contributors. How many hours are you working per day? 80 a week? 12 a day? 11 a day? 11 and a half a day? So, the last time grub didn't work for me on 46. Should we test that today? So we probably need a better. I have a garbage graphic card in there. What resolution is this text mode? Because the last time, yeah, my RISC-V based VGA capture, DVI capture doesn't capture that. How many hours per work do you work? If you ask already. By the way, what's still building here? What's always a bit annoying is like just installing some old grub. It's a pity that network booting doesn't work. Does this old grub even still boot? What's the build doing? Okay, we could commit some stuff already. So where are we here? We are at 5 and 6. Okay, we're nearly done. I mean, theoretically, we should eventually debug why like grub2 does not work on 486. But maybe they just hardcode some compare exchange instructions there already. But I believe, did we not pre-test this? Did we hit here 486? Actually, once upon a time I did here. Actually, if we do QEMU here, like this is becoming a pretty Frankenstein script. Hear me out. If we QEMU equals 386 and obviously SMP1. Do we have here CPU? Where do we have CPU? Like a gig and CPU 486. And where do we have KVM? No KVM for precision. Which do I have there? It doesn't know 486. It knows 486. No TSC found. Aborted. Press and key to exit. I guess that's just the EFI BIOS. The problem is just here it doesn't have serial. Let's misuse this for booty. Do I have this on a CD-ROM? Okay, that works on a 480. So in emulation it works. But on real hardware it didn't. Wait, what? Why does this fail in emulation? Show double fold. Attempting to kill init idle task. Null pointer dereference. Kernel null pointer dereference. Cool. I wonder if this happens in on real hardware. Arduino, that's a good start. Used to work. How has LLD failed? Okay, I don't need Firefox today. Yeah, software. We so don't know how to do software that the stuff cannot even print a proper error message. Okay, there goes Linux. Did they remove support for... But this is an old kernel. Did they remove support without CPU ID already? Let's try with less memory. Nope. Let's try this one. Where is that even? That's unexpected. I mean, maybe there once was a bug in just this version. Maybe there once was a bug for... I mean, I think 15 years ago there was a bug that stuff. But here's also APIC. Actually, it's setup IO APIC. Oh, that did something. One of those options did something. Look, Mom, we have 46 Linux. At least this old one here. Okay. subdomain Frankenstein scripts. How do you go about var naming in bash scripts since you're in Frankenstein? What is a waste of time? Supporting random arm boards is a waste of time. Improving various things in T2 is not a waste of time. This is literally more useful than what people do. You're watching the T2 Linux development together with 100 people live on the internet. Oh, why is there that's not. How did this happen? Have you seen the memory prizes? After the big tech bros are done with taking all the last PCs from you, you will be happy to have 46 Linux. Also potentially gaining free. First of all, we want to have fun. Like having fun on your devices in vintage and retro gaming is never a waste. Plus, hear me out. We might not get news for state-of-the-art things that we do, so maybe we get news for 46 things we do. Look happy I am. Compare me with Epstein, Elon Musk and Trump and stuff. Look how happy we are. No flamethrowers, no... What is Kettensäge in English? Here, learning English. Simplified German, life with this trick. If we would find my... Gee, once upon a time I knew what Kettensäge is in English. Chainsaw, of course. Chainsaw. No flamethrower, no drugs, no stuff needed. To be happy, just take a 46, I only need more memory. Actually, this thing is a little bit short of memory. Okay, we have grub. How we get this on... I don't really want to install it fully. Has grub network drivers? Probably it shouldn't it? It's like 3Com. Do they have like, what do I have there? I have some 3Com whatnot in there. What do I have in there? I have here SCSI Johns. I have here. Oh, what did I always print it so small? ST05. Oh, there it's written. Okay, that's a RC905CX, I believe. Here, look. Precious, tiny, high performance NIC for your overclocked 46. Just what everyone hates. Hear me out. A Gravis Ultrasound, a Matrox Millennium. Necessities. Can we trust this here? Can we trust this? I've not often done that. Did this build already? Finished, yes. Do we have upstream good here? Grub. Oh, not much changes since we last worked on something. Except maybe they recently moved. What would this Nick? Yeah. Look, it's not a waste if you learn shell scripting. Grab Cornet drivers. Why do they have U-boot? Loading grub as U-boot payload? Oh, like, do people do such? Maybe they don't have these drivers anymore. Maybe never trust a AI hallucination. Yeah, all of this just because this PXE stuff doesn't work, which is bizarre, which kinda maybe we should just debug that. So grub one head, but maybe modern grub does not have anymore. Okay, so that fully built, except Firefox and Thunderbird, which probably means we have even LibreOffice. Whatever is wrong with, hey, everything except very minor things. The only other thing I touched is thin provisioning, and I think this is just a circular dependency. So look, it's not even waste of time if we fix some T2, general T2 things. Also, this probably motivates me to do more microkernel, because like this boot stuff is really too cursed for me. Oh, this does not. This is on top of circular dependency, maybe. On top of circular dependency, maybe 32-bit stuff not building there. Yeah, that stuff doesn't build. So Firefox, Intel Media Driver. Did I not? This is not yet recache. Oh wait, there is even. Or was it? Oh, this was removed. What happens? Let's see. So this should be a huge improvement over our last thing, which our last thing segmentation faulted with some binaries. Just fixed this yesterday. Yeah. Why is this? So something is crashing here, so let's see, actually we probably need to, it's slightly, wait, why do we not have an entry for net? Should we not have net RD? Why do we not have net RD? Do we not iterate this correctly? Some of those things was needed. Oops. Ah, shit. What else did I know APIC? What did I know APIC? Maybe that. Actually, what is that here? Is it out of memory or what is that? Show rex handle. Check timer. Setup IO APIC. Or is this old? Maybe this was old from... Ah, this was probably the initial. Okay, that can boot. And this time with less issues. The only question is, does precisely this boot on... Actually, what we probably could do is... Okay, so this is an ISO. Otherwise, we could kind of have written the ISO to the CF card, but this BIOS does not yet have CD-ROM support. We need to somehow install grub on... Which one is that now? Is it even recognized? This is even good. There it is. So, whatever. So any of those, yeah, this is, so CF is which one? SD, CF, SMS. SDC1, I guess. Yeah, there's something on it. Shit. Oh fuck, there's a lot on it. Damn it. Plus macOS garbage. I think I know what's on there. Once I gave my child the old SLR to play. Maybe it's that. No, that's record speed. Okay, coffee time. It's not just programming. Ask ChatGPT what the procedure was for adjusting the clutch on the motorcycle and oil capacities, and it was just wrong. Watching YouTube videos, old mechanic through still for superior magic AI. I 100% agree. Okay, why is this so slow though? Why is this console, meh? Why is this flickering so much? What is capture doing there? I'm not liking that. How many photos were on there? 879. Hear me out. We could do data updates. We could process updates in the morning. If don't delay, do productive stuff. I think if it's those photos, I had copied them already. Maybe I didn't delete them. I should better wipe. Yeah, pro tip, wipe your storage after you backed it up, because otherwise you back it up a second time. Well, the AMD ISO file downloaded from T2, it doesn't install VirtualBox. Which one? AMD. We don't have an AMD. Did you mix ARM? Did you download ARM? Because our x86 thing is named x86, right? Like, not that you download here ARM, not AMD. Right? Because that's x86, like professionals name it. Yes, which one? Your problem? Wrong ISO? Okay, happy I could help. You've made the same mistake. Don't waste our bandwidth. Do you know how much bandwidth costs these days? Also think about the children and electricity and stuff. Think about all the electrons. Okay, we need another GPU. I have there a garbage GPU in. I have there an ARC. You probably don't even know an ARC GPU. It's complete garbage. We want something higher performance to play. ARC with K from the 90s. This one here. ARC. There. Stuff I collect for testing. Skazi, how about Matrix Paella? PCIX in 486, just kidding though. Wait, this is also wrong. Matrix. Why do I even have this in here? Why did I even take the wrong Matrix box? One day I might test the PCIX Matrix Paella in 486, but not today. So that's AGP, that ain't fitting here. That's I took it out already. I think it must be something already. I think a dual. So all of them should work, but we should optimize. Should have somewhere. What do we have here? Oh, that's another matrix, but that's also AGP. Here, I had it here already. How about 450? That surely should match this 486 because it has DVI output. Then we might potentially... Actually, wait a second. I think one of them didn't post. Actually, oh, wait. Maybe we have a problem. I think one of them did actually not... Why did this go in so strangely? What's this? Not that this PCI port has a bent pin because that sounded scratching when inserted. So that's fine. Actually, now that I think about this, I think I had some Matrox card not posting in this 486. That would not be ideal. Yeah. Okay, so there goes DVI capture. Somehow this doesn't wanna... Oh, right, I forgot about this. I had this exactly this same problem I had already. That's unfortunate, no idea why. Would need to be debugged, but not today. Also not like debugging other people's BIOS problems. Could try something like that here. But wait, this is also G450, does it? Oh, this also has a PCI bridge already. Is this a Matrox? Is this a Millennium? Millennium 2. This might be my second GPU ever after my i3 Verge. This might be my original Matrox Millennium. Potentially. Let's see if that posts in 46. So I would have preferred one with DVI output, but yep, that posts. Wonderful. Future is now. Future of Canadian Matrox graphics. Come on, switch display. Then, what's updates doing? Oh, an Xterm update. Oh, data did this already. Need to change data to do previous next. Veritas, maybe start with your interest and hobbies. Very efficient and run, but packages don't build, so that's frustrating. Been running T2 for a full day. It's not possible to be manually tracing libraries. What do you mean not possible to? I mean, yes, some... I mean, hear me out. Most things here build, which does not build. Are you the one who files so many GitHub issues? What do you mean the OS needs to get out of your way? I have no idea what you mean. I mean, some small things, some rare exceptional things do not build. We are busy constantly fixing things here. That's That's only T2's fault in the way that we don't have more developers chasing all the stuff all day long like I do here. The more people... Did you on GitHub or Discord? We had recently quite some activity. Like, hear me out. If some weeks of more users, some weeks of new users, and more build marginalities will be fixed. But basically, I mean, yeah, find GitHub issues for each thing that doesn't build for you, and we try to do our best. Oh, you would. That will be untested because I don't really use that. The most tedious part is manually tracing libraries, whatever else. What do you mean tedious part of manually tracing libraries? I have no idea what you're trying to do. T2 has cache files with dependencies, so usually, I mean, yeah, one thing, right. The one thing is lib, but hear me out. The one main thing is the libxml thing. Are you the one who mentioned libxml? Which, yes, we mentioned. I mean, yeah, I mentioned that the other day we need to do this better. I mean, we could do that. Yes, hear me out. Yes, I totally understand, like, more stuff needs to work more better. And I intentionally speak so funny. That's my... I'm aware that this is not proper English grammar. I try to be funny. More stuff needs to just work. I totally hear it, which... I put a lot of time the last years in to make that work. I guess the main thing is the G-object introspection thing. Yes, we just talked yesterday about it. Yeah, talk is cheap. Show me the code. Show me the fixes. We probably should factor out the Python out of libxml. The one thing is... More better is a common funny phrase. Yes, that's why I'm saying this. I'm only saying this because otherwise people come out with like, you speak English, so shitty. Go learn English first before you make funny YouTube videos. So, yeah, the one super annoying thing is like libxml has a Python thing. Maybe we should make Python libxml of... This was also somewhere. Are you the one who mentions that? I mean, it's super small things, but yes, I understand it's annoying. Like, I know that because I built this shit for decades, but yeah, for a new person of some random shit not building, it's frustrating. Although, we fixed 98% of this stupid shit already last year, so... But we also have this mostly mentioned in this knowledge base, which I understand nobody clicks here and reads it. It's already a little bit far further away. Theoretically, do we even have libxml here? Yeah, we have that here for that reason. So if you follow that knowledge base thing, like here, we could play the Oracle part of like, you're installing Oracle database server wrong. You did not apply knowledge base 8 of 101 getting started fixed. Yeah, we try to make it better, faster. Flickzy is trying to... I've not looked into the details of this Flick thing. For me, handbook outdated. Oh, yes. I know. How much more... hear me out. We could theoretically commit this data committed update, but just to get this... I could revert it, but it's slightly newer just to keep the noise down. Hear me out. As soon as I have my 486 installed, I will use my 486 to work on the handbook. Is that the deal? Oh, there are updates now. This didn't build. Okay, but probably my photo backup is done. Oh, it's not yet done? How is that shit so slow? Hello, cheap dirt as Conrad, 20-year-old garbage CF card adapter. Are you fine? This does not look fine. Oh, holy. Okay, like if we install all of T2 like this, it will be bloody slow. Oh, it's so unfortunate that network boot does not work. Yeah, this is not ideal. So basically, yes, you could kind of argue I shouldn't commit non-compiling updates, but it's probably just some dependency thing away. It's safer than Rust, apparently. I mean, yeah, that is a theory, like, because like Rust is not necessarily safe. I mean, yeah, if with some certain constraints, not allowing unsafe stuff, then yeah, but yeah, I probably should look into that. I want filthy to work. I should actually take a look into that. Yeah, Rust is a super annoying ecosystem. Like, first of all, the Rust language is not amazing, and then the cargo ecosystem is even worse. So this also didn't build. Yeah, also Rust is mostly super bloated. Plus, like, all the micro dependencies are each time. Like, basically all the micro dependencies don't even install. Like, what's even going on with this? Hear me out. Yes, I kind of should not commit this, but the reality is maybe it didn't build before due to other changes, Rust and who knows what. It scales better for us to do most of the update stuff, even if it doesn't just build on this ARM like that for whatever random reasons, then procrastinate this. So that's at least my theory. At least have the latest metadata, and if someone needs this, like, maybe fix this. Yeah, this Rust micro dependency hell is an absolute hell. The crazy thing is, I don't understand how that is popular. Like, Rust sucks on so many levels. Basically, from the 100 things, Rust only does borrow checking okay-ish. Like, all the other 99 things, including the Vintex microdependency and cargo and whatnot. And did I mention I want to do my own programming language next? What was the version? This? No, 28.2 was the version. Oops, I think I have a typo. Yeah, it's fun, right? Okay, so this here is obsolete. Actually, what would make sense now, given that this is now obsolete, it would make sense to remove the check version thing, because that's here dead. So we don't need to update check that anymore. We could delete it, so I only keep it there because I actually checked that. I spent some time on checking that. Yeah, totally 5 different. 5 is like Firefox and Rust have like up to 10 or 12 of the same micro dependency stuff. Like, amazing, right? So I only leave it in there because upstream website says it could still build. So for the moment, it's like, yeah, whatever. So look, it's not all 486. It's just more mental, satisfying fun, vintage and retro fun. It's all the super sus of Rust micro. I'm still super sus of micro packages. Yeah, totally. Any day now there will be supply chain detects an npm because some small package. Yeah. The Rust, even without supply chain, the Rust micro dependency hell is just a mental hell anyway. Even if there were not supply chain attack things, like just keeping track of all the, like, how do you want to maintain a debugger? Like, using 80 small micro dependency things. It's like, and then like in Rust C and like Firefox, and you have like 500 dish, like without duplicates, like 400 plus duplicates of like, so in total over 500, I believe. Like previously you had to know libxml and setlib and stuff. Now you need to write 500 dish micro dependency random things of people are always too. The crazy thing is T2 gets no news, but everything else is always overhyped. Like Nix OS amazing, Arch Cache, like Rust and stuff, and like, but for all the overhyped stuff of it's amazing when it isn't. It's like funny that T2 gets no news at all. Like Rust is really strangely overhyped. I have nothing against alternative languages and stuff, and I would actually, I'm the first who since 25 years says safer programming with lightweight C++ and stuff, which nobody heard for 20 years. Just Rust is not amazing. I mean, sure, C++ was not amazing, but Rust is differently not amazing. Somehow, I think Rust got too early into production. I think Rust would be more amazing if people would have spent some more research of actually making this better. But the problem is also that some core people desperately wanted the micro-dependency hell for whatever Windows and macOS like non-packaged base OS development thing. That probably some years of polishing Rust would not have helped and still create the micro-dependency. I think you should remove it. VA plugin already does what it does. Yeah, I mean, right now we can keep it some other year or two, but we don't need to instantly delete it. String copy calls. Yeah, not the most important thing. I don't understand the Rust type either. Sure, good tool, but not exceptional. Yeah, totally. And even the borrow checker is not exceptional. The borrow checker is okay. The rest stings majorly. I mean, I would even like a good tool. I mean, Rust, without the micro-dependency cargo hell, I would indeed call it a good tool. But given the cargo micro-dependency hell, and constantly incompatibility nightmare shit, and linking in the 5 different versions of the same static thing with bigger projects, I would actually go as far as calling Rust only an average tool. And I would also go as far as calling Rust is already as bloated and complex and whatnot like C++. People's like, but C++ complexity. It's like, yeah, dude, you have seen Rust? And this will like give Rust 10 more years and will be absolute complexity hell even more. Actually, speaking of Rust, the thing, I mean, do we really need a weekly release of that here? But hey, at least it built. It's more to say than many other Rust things. Okay, these were updates. And this here was that amazing, whatever, we backed up here slowly. So then just like that. What else did stuff here? Probably maybe. So then 486. What is the easiest way to make this bootable? Actually, I guess we could manually run it, right? So like actually delete. Actually, we could have a boot partition, then it would be like 512 megabyte boot partition. I mean, swap to CF disk. 12 megabyte swap. I mean, more we should not constantly swap anyway, should we? Okay, that's a little bit more usable. Actually, what was active is active A. That was a boot flag, although I think it's not really used for anything anyway. This adapter is somehow slow. What do you mean with overclocked? The 46 is overclocked, but we are also overclocked. Then could actually straight copy all of that, right? Oh wait, this doesn't, why does this not have, because it's not installed. Okay, 512 megabyte I gave it. Just copy all of that stuff to media. This also copies EFI though, but YOLO. How do I add a patch file bindir? You cannot directly. You would need to use something that passes that through, like to make file. You can, currently we don't have a mechanism to have dynamic passes in patch files. We could theoretically, but so usually we patch stuff to use like makefile vars, like bindir from makefile arguments. So we need to install, I hate to run grub install manually. Grub install target. We would need does it have your libdir thing? Bootloader ID. There is a module directory. Preload specific, no. Use images module under dir-d directory instead of yes. We'll use this one here of set here please. And does this work like that? Cannot open. Okay, maybe we didn't copy all of them. Okay, we don't need to copy them like that. We can serve t2 build 486. PC things here. Finished, no errors. What happens with QEMU system? I mean, you know what, I could also... Okay, let's do it properly. Let's avoid errors and shooting ourselves into the foot by simply virt.io. Some of the suspicions this will not just work. Where do we have block dev? Did I... What did I do with BIOS? Ah, here. Ah, here I did. How did this stay here? I don't understand. That's bizarre. There is also my... I just closed it, very clever. Wait, what? Still did that wrong. Oh, I have that there. Okay, that doesn't help. Oops. Totally random convoluted thing here. BIOS UEFI still, yeah. Okay, that's error disk things not found. Okay, the grub install shit included there some complete garbage. So the grub install, this is why in T2 we don't use this grub install shit. I mean, it did something, but it also included my server LVMID. Yeah, grub install considered harmful, like meh. But let me try if that even works. Like if that already does not work that much, we need something else to boot because, yeah, let's first see. Things, random things. PMO, yeah, still shit mounted. Thank you very much. Yeah, use T2. Just don't try to use postmarketer as bootstrap shit. Like just use T2 Linux. Because if this does not work even that far, we need to use something else to boot. The last times, even on not even 486, on even on other systems, it doesn't work for me. And theoretically, yes, I know you want to see that. So my microphone is in the way. How many people? 60 there, 60 there. ID auto detection. So the question is, with which does it even boot here? Should just manually. Yeah, so maybe I should actually solder a battery on there, because constantly changing my overclocking settings here to potentially be more like PCI async and ISA bus potentially. Which of the 100 diff install options in T2 is the normal Linux diff? What? What do you mean? What do you mean 100 diff install options in T2 Linux? So I have no idea what you mean with that. Okay, this tries to network boot, which is pretty, like, it's crazy that it tries to network boot. Also, we need CA. I guess this didn't work with. Do we need large or? Okay, let's try 2 of these auto detect things. What are you doing in your feed again? We do Linux. Happy to see you here. We do 160 megahertz 486 Linux. T2 install diff, and it gives me. Did you mean this? What? Network boot cancelled by keystroke. Does this? Yeah, that is the thing with like larger than 1 gigabyte. Then the question is, does this here do anything? Boot disk, insert system disk. Ah, wonderful. Maybe we try 3. I should have written down what worked for the other drive. T2 install diff. You speak in questions, my dear. No, dear, and it gives me. Did you mean list 20? Oh, diff. What is the 100 diff install? Is the T2 normal? The Linux diff. Is this not installed by default? Like, it's coming from patch. I need to check in a second. Let me check where that is. Usually in. No disk boot failure. So you mean bin diff. That's what you're asking about. That's diff utils apparently. You want T2 install diff utils apparently, I believe. I'm listening to old school tech 80s music and you just pop up. That is amazing. Don't forget to subscribe, bookmark, and all the other good stuff. That doesn't even try to boot, which is a little bit annoying. Does this have here any notions of... I once had a hard drive. Did I not once even had... figuring that out now is annoying. So I tried all the auto detect options. So I mean, at this pace, I could actually test it. The IDE stuff is meh. It's crazy that just booting this old stuff is meh. this Seagate medalist here. How large is that one? Because that booted in some way, shape or form. How large is that here? Ultra ATA MIT Media Ready. I have so many hard disks and none. The thing is, if I get now an SCSI controller out, first the question is if my preferred SCSI controller, I mean, it would certainly be pretty period high-end correct to run on SCSI. The thing is that this blue SCSI, I have not tested this blue SCSI, although that would be cool. I need to test it anyway. Not that the thing is, I got it off of eBay. Is it called Blue SCSI? Yes, Blue SCSI. Can I trust other people soldering? Didn't even test this yet. I mean, usually I try to test everything immediately. The other next problem is getting these cables together, because then we could image this for SCSI. And where does this card? There does a card go in? I mean, that would kind of be the future. Welcome, Notec. I had the package installed already, but couldn't find diff after install if it works. That's bizarre. I never had this issue. So diff should come on the ISO, so it should not be missing. Welcome, Notec. The thing is also, I don't have this this 25 old-fashioned SCSI stuff often, and if we do that on this Adaptec SCSI card that is period correctly booting. Maybe the most clever thing would be, most clever thing was 486. The most clever thing would be to get some grub thing, some grub legacy thing. Does it even still, does it still build? With network drivers going. What is the name? Grub, right? I think it didn't just build anymore for random compatibility reasons. Absolute right, this cursedness of... I remember that. A decade later, of course, stuff doesn't just build anymore. Why does this network boot not work, man? Man, is this frustrating. Everything boot related. The crazy thing is, like 30 years, this boot stuff should be perfect or not, like, nah, no variation of whatnot, doesn't just boot. I hate this. Basically, there are no good options, there are only annoying options. Yeah, I mean, theoretically I would network boot, like, but network boot also doesn't. funny thing is that this the most annoying thing is that network boot doesn't work, but also we can we could debug network boot. It's not that this is the most amazing thing to debug. Where do we go from here? Did we check? I mean, it kind of starts to boot with that one. Why does it? Maybe we should first. So many bad options. I was thinking about it last week. We could try to replace grep with the T-boot on most architectures. Might be annoying to patch at the beginning, but you need for a boot chain. I think not most architectures, only AFI architectures, I guess. AFI architectures and PowerPC. Not Spark, not. It's also it would not improve. Like, yeah, I kind of wouldn't really touch it much more. I mean, usually our grub 2 setup usually is quite perfected. I think the only I would. I mean. Yeah, going into this direction for mainstream might make a little bit sense. But it's probably also much larger, right? Like you would need to load 20-ish megabyte, 20, 30 megabyte for just a bootloader when grub 2 is much smaller. I'm not, somehow this Spark, it doesn't have direct Linux kernel booting. You don't have like AFI stub. Plus you have size limitations. I'm happy that we can load such large stuff. I don't think you can, unless very latest Spark things load like 30 megabyte of first stage bootloader thing. Similar MIPS. I mean, actually, MIPS might theoretically. Actually, this might work on SGIO2. I think you could. I think on SGI things, ironically, this might somewhat work if you manage to keep the size down. I think you could on some SGI loads Linux kernel directly. That would actually theoretically improve that, because the arcload booter is up. Even with is weeks of my lifetime making this shit to mostly work. The arcload bootloader, of course, totally stinks of quickly YOLO grub legacy code shit. Yeah. I rather. Yeah, hear me out. What if we write a microkernel hardware abstraction layer thing and use this as a bootloader? You're like hyper things, ADHD, jumping from issue to issue. I love it. I don't think I'm hyper ADHD. I just get stuff done. Also, we finish with stuff. Like, it's pointless to talk 1 hour about stuff we just fixed and done and stuff. Okay, so the grub install thing here, that didn't. Okay, let's first make this grub thing here so that it does something. Can we? Where did I do that here? There. Where did I run this here? In which terminal did I run this? Shit. Did I close the terminal? Where did my grub go? cannot be that far away. Damn it. Okay, guess we type this again. Grub install -d surf we need to override this. I hope this surely supports it, right? All I want is a grub shell or menu, not this. Like basically this UUID is wrong. Oh, this is so silly. Raspberry Pi Petit Boot YOLO would be an improvement in the current situation of these. That's true. Yeah, on the Raspberry Pi. I mean, yeah, I said this months ago. I said, like, hear me out. What if T2 becomes popular for be at least having an amazing boot thing? Didn't think about Raspberry Pi, but that would be. I mean, yeah, we could make some T2 Petit Boot target that has all the magic stuff YOLO together for like PS3 and Raspberry Pi stuff to create like but I'm kinda want to enjoy like I mean, yeah, would be like maybe for someone else I did too much stuff the last years. I should start to enjoy my like 486 things and have fun and Doom and Quake and stuff. Maybe for someone else, send patches. Things user. Is this 40? All right, this is grub things. So I did it like this. Also this. Does it have some boot override thing? Install device, append signature size. Pies are popular enough. Things. Yeah. I mean, I feel we should kind of make T2 more polished, and the boot stuff, it's like our first priority should be like we polish T2 so much. Our first priority, we shouldn't get lost in ADHD things and just focus on polishing our T2 things. Bootloader ID. Does this not have like some? Oh, this is stupid. Grub install. Hey, they do it like I. Because the problem is it embedded my server's root LLVM ID, which is it's like people doing Windows things. Like, do you just use T2 Linux? Completed. Wonderful. Can you not like root device here? MB install only the MBR parts, not the boot directory. Oh, maybe it wants. But this is error embedding is not possible, but is required for RAID and LVM. No, I don't want that. I want my. Why is this so stupid? Oh. I hate this bootloader shit, that's so annoying. How to specify the ChatGPT? What does this hallucinate? Yeah, bootloader should also not be like that. This 2005 Linux distribution, this bootloader still sucks. I hate such sucking bootloaders. Mount your target system properly. Dears change routing. Got to be kidding me. I mean, yeah, I could do that, but like, oh, this is stupid. What were those grub people thinking? But this change route doesn't even help the most because, man, I only wanted to load the kernel. Man, this is frustrating. Maybe I should have debugged PXE Linux boot thing of not working. Oh, super thing, amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate this. Thank you for supporting our work. What are you trying to do? Grub is fine in my eyes. This installation here is not fine, that you cannot just like install this in this device. Grub is so stable, it's like, what are you doing? Explain. I want a bootloader, I want an old-fashioned bootloader on the master boot record of this CF drive. I mean, it was booting, like basically, it wasn't amazing, it wasn't fully working because this stuff is stupid, but also, like, of course, we normally use grub for booting in T2. That's my primary bootloader, but just not saying that it's amazing. So I'm not getting that. So I mean, this is of course not amazing here. Does it work like this? What do we have? HD, what even was HD0 set root, HD0, MS DOS 1. I mean, even this stuff here is stupid. Well, where did I copy that? Oh wait, set roots, this should be enough, right? Oh, we don't have a config file. Okay, the prefix here is also completely garbage. Can you can you specify the prefix? No. Oh, is this stupid? The thing is, we kinda don't really need to continue with this because I couldn't get this to boot on the 486 like that. Is there a slave drive jumper? Because I can no, wait a second. Here's the jumper. 1.2 master. Slave is also labeled stupid again. Maybe because it has 2 populated sockets on the bottom too. Like maybe this is probably why. Interesting. Because then I have here. Hear me out. All we need is. Let me. So we have it copied. We could use grub1 legacy from this drive that I had installed years ago. plug-in Bose and bootstrap with some old garbage grub bootloader thing. We could also debug PXE Linux to boot. The thing is, the question is, can grub legacy load whatever is here was, this is because it's a, what is it, 4 GB. Maybe I should have just debugged PXE Linux. On another note, I hate that vars. They recently, did they not recently change? Did they change this with Lua? I mean, this is not a big issue. I hated this initially too, but it's basically it's a no issue. I think they changed this with Lua 5.5. Okay, adapters of. Let me see if. Do I even remember? Do I remember grub 1 enough to? Do I barely use grub 1 legacy for a while? So I don't have capture on this right now. If you select subscribe a little bit longer, we will. Grub does get annoying when, yeah, grub is, it's crazy how not amazing grub is for how much development went in there for 20 years. But everyone still uses Lua 5.1, yeah, kinda, because like I made the video. They kinda destroyed the Lua ecosystem with annoying changes the last years. Actually, maybe like since Lua 5.1, maybe we should actually. So here I don't remember which one of those worked here. 3, because it kept the. And yeah, can't shout out to the JG super thanks there. $5 to the tip jar of supporting all this stuff. I wonder how much we can get into like industrial control things of people who want to keep 486 things maintained. I should get myself a Vortex 86. I have it on the. This actually loads pretty longish. Why does this not disk? Why does it say disk boot failure again? Maybe that is. What did I previously choose here for that to partially work? I don't remember. See what boot sequence do I have here? CA. Maybe the. But did I not use clock divided? What do I currently have? I have a. Did I have here clock 8? No, we have here 80 synchronous 80 clock. So, okay, the maximum is 6. Okay, I couldn't have had more here. And PCI is async. It's like all support tools. Globals by default assumption. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not the biggest thing. Like, hear me out. If you rename local to let, then it's not that bad anymore. Somehow doesn't want to load from the hard disk now anyway. Boot disk failure, that's interesting, and I thought it's related to the CF drive. No. So it's unexpected. And yes, I'm aware you don't see this. I should capture this, but I have only a proprietary, not amazing VGA capture dongle for analog capture. And my DVI matrix doesn't post in this 486 for whatever, maybe PCI bridge reason. Does the network NIC prevent? Could take the network NIC out because right now nothing wants to. Boot disk failure here. Let's take the NIC out and see if that changes anything. That's strange. But also, I mean, what jumper is here? What jumper does it say? Master or single drive? Limit drive capacity to 2.1 gigabyte. Oh, did I jumper that? Maybe I jumpered that limit capacity, potentially maybe. Slave. From which side do I need? Is this... That's bizarre. This... How could they print the jumpers so ambiguous on... What would it be if no jumpers is slave, master and single? Because no, I don't know if it's master or... Okay, if it's looking like that, like this, how is... Okay, maybe it's just master, not limit drive capacity. Okay, let's see what happens. There's also so many people watching. I probably should switch to capture this goodness for... I mean, this time, as usual, this time probably would be better spent to debug why this PXE Linux doesn't want to load. It's even more bizarre. Because it loads and then doesn't want to execute. That's really, really strange. Why does this hang here so long? What is it waiting for? Oh no, why does no disk detect? No, that's bizarre. No disk detect? Why would that be? I mean, I have the most garbage IDE controller in there. I've the most some complete garbage. Why does IDE drive now not detect? That's off to a very good start. Let's change this so that is in the middle. Maybe I should have, yeah, as usual, basically everything would have been better than trying to boot off this garbage. AKA debugging PXE Linux or using a SCSI drive. There's a reason nobody wanted to use those. Here, now something detects again. For whatever random fluke that was, I have no idea. Need more memory, so 48 megs of memory are not enough for state-of-the-art T2 Linux. Oh, no, it's loading grub. So that's loading the old grub. Can I... what did it have console as well? Yes, Linux. What even was the syntax? Kernel HD1 file system 0 bed file or type. Why can I not read that? Bed file type or directory type. That's unfortunate. Why would it do that? This old grub cannot read the partition for some reason. Fun. One thing more fun than the other. That is why usually I test with network booting. Have you compiled 7.0? Is it out already? I usually compile when .1 is out, because have you seen the bugs in the latest years? Yeah, we should have debugged, we should have known better, should have debugged network boot. Yeah. Which could be similarly frustratingly no end in sight for hear me out, maybe we should actually try this blue SCSI thing, because I wanted to use it for any other vintage. Because then we could have like dozens of SCSI boot images from 486 to Motorola 68K and RISC and stuff. Why does this not progress further now? Hello? That's frustrating. It's like everything works, everything is ready, and except booting. Everything except booting. No, it's not. I'm starting to have enough of this IDE shit. Can we build syslinux? Does this like build? Because I have questions why is this network boot, like this was so convenient, this network booting. Okay, it does something. The question is, does it do the right thing? Because all I wanted was network booting, which ironically kinda looks like it should work. Did this build this from scratch? Or does it just do something? It looks like it builds this from scratch, right? Okay, it has SSP pi LTO. I think this should not be read necessary with no SSP. I think it's super fluid like this. XML parallels follows ignore things. It's a problem. What? So, because what we get here is with syslinux we get invalid argument. How did we did eval? We grabbed this some days ago. Okay, let me check what precisely. So what do I have in here? I mean, theoretically we could. Okay, I could leave it in. Let's power that on. I need to see what the preset error message was. Also maybe we have it on my Instagram. Why does now? So it doesn't continue to boot with this CF card in for some reason. Strange things going on here. Yeah, this stuff is also somewhat directly connected to the AT bus. So like if your IDE drive ain't behaving properly, then no boot. I really wanted to see 486 today. Wait, this... Alright, this is also now the wrong... saved IDE drive, maybe because... maybe the only problem was the IDE parameters. Blue, what? Somehow it currently does not want... I mean, I can take the IDE controller out, it's some piece of shit garbage anyway. Didn't have that problem before, but also don't... the least performance IDE shit like ever. We need to be careful not to shorten your stuff randomly. Yeah. Oh, I even have power on the IDE drive. Don't even need that. Not really sure why it was hanging on IDE now. That didn't happen before. White paper from Google published 2 weeks ago claiming elliptic curve could be broken by 2029. No, I have not seen that really. That's not good. Flatpak sucks on Linux and also Chromium. Chromium always sucks and Flatpak, yes. Basically bundled shit always sucks. So... Memtest. Oops, what was here? Booting kernel failed invalid argument. Booting kernel failed invalid argument. Grab, can't make this shit up. Booting kernel. The thing is, yeah, we have been here. The thing is, the same card works on other hardware. Yeah, I mean, kinda. Booting kernel failed. How should we debug that? Which file was this? This one here? Find argument. Is this one? BIOS boot Linux. What did we use? This boot Linux, this one, right? Firmware. BIOS boot. I would hope it's here. I mean, maybe it's using firmware boot. Firmware, does it firmware? I asked you a lot of 20 minutes ago. Just explain why you got a single answer. Spectrum. The It's not equal spectrum, just trying to get stuff done. I cannot read everything here. We also, what we do, we want to boot latest T2 Linux on latest Linux on 486, but bootloader doesn't want to behave here. What's this firmware doing? Firmware boot Linux. What is that? Maybe it's simply calling the wrong thing here for reasons. I don't know. I don't even know what this is. It's like EFI or whatever. What print do they have? dprintf? dprintf. Is this even the... Was it this one? What do they use here? dprintf? Printf. Oh, maybe dprintf is only debug. That needs debug build. It's been decades since I modified this Linux. Oops, no. This boot Linux. Firmware boot Linux. What do we have here? I mean, we could not to constantly modify this. It should be new Linux kernel. What is even? Oh, this is even. What is it? What does this even do? I mean, how does debug printf enable? So this does things. It must be something globally trivial for even memtest not to load. I mean, maybe it just works like this if we have maybe some random initialized stuff or firmware, whatever. Should we add more debug? Actually, you know what? I could read the documentation how to build with debug, but I also don't need debug everywhere. I only need this here. Also modify this. Also, diagnostics is so important, right? Like, I literally have no idea why this thing doesn't want to boot. Thing, what does it? Error expected thing, command line. Load Linux. Unaligned pointer value. 514. Load Linux 514. Oh, I did not. Yes. Didn't comment it out enough. So, let's somewhere here. Which one is which one? We have here PXE Linux and which one would that... This compressed. I mean, we could copy both of them. Where's my mouse? BIOS core. I mean, we would see if it was modified here recently, as in October 6. Is that somehow not rebuild? Is it not rebuilding like everything? Wonderful, what an amazing bootloader build system. Did this rebuild? April 13th, that did rebuild. 114K. How much is it on the server? 122K. It's pretty fit, pretty thick. Okay. Let's see what happens. Actually, let's save the original. Let's turn it on and see what happens. Professional help. Give me money, teach you speak good English. What? Or maybe you need seek professional help. Give me money, teach you English, good English. What? Should probably take what? I'm just judging you good. Just answer questions if they are asked. This unfriendliness there is close to getting banned. Wait, what? Why does it not? This somehow doesn't work anymore? Why does... Somehow this works less now, it doesn't even load anymore. No default UI or convert. What? Yes, you don't see this, I know that. That's somehow meh. So much to add a debug conditional there. I'm not making random people mod here. I will start timeouting here people who are strangely rude. Strange as this works significantly less, which is a little bit annoying. So much to debugging this. Doesn't the thing is now this the thing doesn't work anymore. So that's bizarre. The command line interface of this stuff doesn't work anymore. It sends this files. Share this file and then it doesn't work anymore. Wonderful. It would have been so easy to just boot it. I mean, the problem is maybe new GCC. Maybe the new C compiler does not build this in a way that don't make me binary patch this precompiled thing there. Now this tries to load this, the other doesn't try to load this, it's bizarre. Maybe it's something extremely trivial like this firmware thing, maybe it's just using the wrong code path there or whatever this firmware. Maybe we should check what this firmware thing does there. This is reproducible, that this was this a one-time fluke? Oh wait, I didn't have to power cycle. Have I seen all of the new stuff in CPP26? No. Is it good stuff or... I mean, in a way, all the stuff is getting way too bloated for me. And I was such a C++ fan 25 years ago. All the modern stuff, you know, I said it a couple of times, getting so bloated. Also Rust and stuff. LVM cling, that I'd rather write my own language next. No, this is just so miscompiled that it doesn't, this command interface doesn't even work. Let me see if I have enough adapters for the SCSI. Let me... we need, what do we need? We need ultra SCSI to 25 pin. We might have a problem, or let's see. Oh, here's this. Hold on. So for my zip, probably. Okay, we have a problem because I would have adapter, but that is to mail. And even if this one here, because That's annoying. What is I mean, hear me out. I could use a zip, but does that solve something? I have a zip actually. Could boot from zip drive. Yeah, the zip drive has a female. Why is okay? Because it's. Okay, we need to get the summer booted differently. Does that mean I did not even... That is crazy. I have a full box of SCSI cables. I mean, hey, hear me out. Like, maybe we just get a zip drive out. That's totally not what I wanted. I mean, but does it mean someone soldered the wrong connector on this blue SCSI? And then they sold it on eBay because, like, they can connect nothing? Is that a thing? I didn't even realize this. Which version is that even? Blue SCSI version 2. No, it has that here. But that is bizarre. Like, okay, it has that, but my SIP has tiling. Have you ever experienced a tiling window manager? Yes, tiling. I did the last years. I did Sway and Hyperlink. I mean, I could daisy changes through the zip drive, and because it would plug into the zip drive directly. But like this, I have a hard time to plugging it in something. No? Okay, all I wanted was get my Linux kernel loaded. That this is such a cluster F is. We could use a old 90s technology T2 SDE. How would you feel about the standard library being separate from? I probably wouldn't really work because it would be in Zinc with sort of core language features. That is super annoying. The irony is I had a 386 drive prepared. I mean, you know what we could do for now is, you know what, let's shortcut this a little bit. I don't want to spend the hours of debugging boot. So this here boots. Let's plug this into a USB adapter and copy our kernel on it and see what the current kernel does. And then let's have some fun, because I'm not like I'm not messing here too much longer with that stuff. Of course, we need to build out our boot compatibility testing thing here and stuff, but maybe we do this writing our own microkernel as a bootloader. Let's hear me out. Let's realize our microkernel dream by doing a bootloader first. So now I probably need to use the extension. Is this USB extension? No, that's the USB extension. Sure, it's 46 and stuff, but you would really think after so many years bootloader stuff would be rock solid and works, just work. And I noticed that grub2 does not work on old systems already a while ago, just never really had the mood and resources to debug that. So we need power for the hard drive. So that's, which one is it even now? SDB. So many 4 gigabytes. Okay, so that's not the limit jumper. Let's whatever old rock Linux is here. Let's hope that's not adding new features here. Oh, look at that. That's what I thought. What does it even boot there? Because I was already wondering, so this is my 386. I was already wondering why. So that is the hard drive I thought it is. There is even some mini DRD thing. How much space do I have left here? Not that much. Somehow it's booting, like, somehow the 46 is kinda booting the wrong master boot record off of the thing. Oh, reserve as, ugh, damn it. Theoretically, I had, like, this is exactly like, yeah, delete it, then you can't mount it anymore. Wonderful. Yeah, but they had to delete it. Like, yeah, we could kind of, we have a restore patch, but I didn't port it fully to some changes. It's getting a little bit out of hand of keeping here old stuff here. 17 megabyte, huh? How large is it? Random things all over the place. Oh, I like that. I wonder how this happens. There should be a. I wonder how it happens that it loads the wrong boot record stuff here somehow. Because I'm pretty sure I had this set up to boot to a grub1. Like somehow that's bizarre. The wrong IDE geometry somehow loads wrong sectors that still boot some old bootloader. That's bizarre. Anyway. What bad luck, really. So do we have netrd? Yes, we have netrd. Although, do we have tab completion in grub? Probably, huh? That's unmounted. So let's see what happens. We're getting a little bit out of hand with adapters and dongles again. Yeah, it should work, but this I have here some 20-year-old grub 097 from Rock Linux times on here on this disk for some reason. So sorry, I should have been more specific. I meant I think grub 2 grub completion just works. My question was like, does grub completion work on this 20-year-old garbage grub? So man, do I have here many things laying around. That's getting out of hand. Yeah, with the latest grub 2 tab completion always worked for me, but the latest grub does not work on old systems for me, so we theoretically should debug this, but that's a whole day that I don't really want. Like I think instead of debugging grub 2 for old systems, we should really do microkernel and some new stuff like hey RISC-V. Maybe we should fix the whole grub boot ecosystem. That would be way more clever. Like how about we do a microkernel hardware abstraction layer for RISC-V things. Nobody needs microkernels. You get bent. Like I start to like everyone needs microkernels. Have you seen this? Like nobody needs microkernels, but everyone does containerize their Linux because like also this did PXE boot now, which I didn't even want it to. So yeah, nobody needs microkernels, but everyone does virtualization and containerization. But yeah, sure, nobody needs microkernels. Also, have you seen the excessive single address space mode? Like, have you seen all the buffer overruns, all the security vulnerabilities, all the stuff, bloat, and all the not good stuff in Linux and in single address space monolithic Unix kernel things? Ah, right, we need boot disk failure, yes. We need to, the question is which of those incorrect IDE things. Not an MBR formatter one, it's just ignore a lot of fields because it didn't matter my embedded systems. Yeah. Containerization more in app isolation issue. No, a containerization as in Docker, as in services and stuff, right? Some of these things, why does this hang here now? Like this did previously not. Is this a NIC set? Take the NIC out for a second. It's like, but still, like, even if it were, like, the question is, do you mean user apps or do you mean server apps? HPUX core compatible layer 2, yes or no? Not really. It's like, why does this hang now? I had this previously. That's strange. This previously happened for no reasons. It worked earlier this morning. Why does it now? What do I have? Why does this hang? You can enter the BIOS. Why is this so strange? Oh wait, why is this still R? Because maybe because I have here a drive D in here. Maybe it's trying to find drive D. That might be a reason. This is stupid. Yeah. Also, I mean, nobody needs a microkernel. I mean, first of all, macOS and Redux OS are more microkernel, right? Ah, yeah, now it continues. Okay, loading grub stage 1. Okay, error. Okay, error 18. This might be because too incompatible. Let's try 3 here of incompatible invalid IDE mappings. Why don't you show us the nice fiber channel storage array? I don't have. You can donate one. Nobody needs kernels except for image kernels? Aha, okay. Does this load more or also not? Why does this not load reliably now? Is this my overclocked system or some other shenanigans? I should have noted which of those are. By the way, what sticker is that here? Old Rock Linux. Oh, okay, that sticker. So pretty sure can resource management per processes. Error 18. What's error 18? Don't tell me this mounting this in Linux set some new feature bits. Really? Really? The funny thing is, I thought, okay, did this not even boot on a 386? This is somehow strange. 8,894, 15 heads. This does overflow, right? That it says 71 megabyte. This is like 4 gigabytes, 71. This mode here is also strange. That is pretty disappointing. Everything you touch here with this old stuff doesn't work. That's a little bit annoying. Just were a magic setting to make. Ah, now it loaded something. Holy shit. Here, and even this old shit has tab completion. Root. Do we have like initRD? Does this old? Wait. Root. Okay, V9. Okay, me out. Yes, you want to see this? I know. I can, like, if there is any chance of this booting, I will plug in VGA capture. What is edit? What is here? Root kernel. Do we have here? Do we have open a new line? Oh, what a. Oops. Which grub is that even? Yeah, grub 090. Yay. Oh shit. What is edit? Edit. Wait, why is this so? Wait, what? E to edit the selected command line. initRD. Please tell me you have initRD. Net RD boot. What would happen? Please make this load. Loaded kernel loaded. I mean, the only thing is we have only 48 megs of memory. That's extremely tight to boot that. I think we run out of memory trying to boot that. How much? I mean, plus decompression. How much even was that? Is this 7 megabyte and it's still blinking? Does it mean it's decompressing? If we hadn't we still would have implemented resource management. Not really sure why this is taking that long. And Control Alt S delete still worked. Maybe it was still decompressing at 160 megahertz. Let me try to just load the kernel and see what happens then. HD00 VM Linux things boot. Would this take that long to set them not decompress? Pity, I really wanted to see that today. Yeah, outer tracks are faster, so always listen. Unix will, a well-licensed commercial Unix will change your life. Not really sure what takes here so long. For doing nothing. I have here a fully installed 486 hard drive. The only thing is it's super large. I wonder if that would boot. That's a funny thing that I mean, I kept this one. That's probably not, like, if it would crash, it's a little bit overclocked, right? So nah, maybe don't overclock in production. Okay, that's probably one jumper to get it back to 133 megahertz. So I doubt it would change a thing though. So back to 100. Are your Ethernet cables shielded? Obviously. Why would you not have shielded Ethernet cables? Why? What a strange question to ask. I have the suspicion that will not fix here some booting, but let's see. VM Linux boot. I mean, maybe the sets and the decompression really take that long. Yeah, not overclocking doesn't change a thing yet. I mean, diagnostics so important. I have no idea where it's hanging now. It loads the kernel inirt and then does nothing. The wafer would at least crash you all. Let me get, I have here some old T246 installed. Here. but I was somehow stupid. Here I have a T2 x86 for i486 2312. That might have even been fully tested, but that's on some Apple drive with. Is this a SATA or is... No, it's parallel ATA? Yeah. But what is this drive capacity? Because that's surely a large drive. Why do people always, why do they not print the capacity in really fat? Ah, there, 20 gigs, 20 gigabyte. Let's see if this old thing boots here. But that's of course even larger. I hope the boot partition is low enough to boot. I have no idea. I might only have tested this on modern Pentium things, this 46 build. And I thought I'm clever and use a freaking AMD X5 486. And not a like 486 DX2. Would this boot something off of this 20 gigabyte drive? Oh, grub loading. Tried something. Grub. Header. And nothing more. Shit, it has grub. Oh, this might be the problem that... So that's grub 2. Oh no, no, oh it just took a while. Ah shit, no, fuck, it just took forever. Hey, this was some grub 2 on a 486 class and I pressed Ctrl delete. Ah, nothing to do that again. It just hangs here forever for some reason. Maybe decompressing, maybe... Okay, at that rate I could actually fire up the capture device so that you see something. But I wanted to, like, maybe we can use this old install. Like, maybe I should have used this old install 2 hours ago. Get fiber, no EMF, lightning strike. No, here, it just took forever. So that init RD is probably large. Let's modify this microcode away. We don't need microcode, and let's call it mini RD. That certainly should be enough for AI parallel. So that's attempting to read right outside disk HD0. You need to load the kernel first. Oops, that cannot load that. But that's grub 206 working on 46. Except that it's partitioned so that it can't load that there. Yay. That's super unfortunate. Like everything here, like one thing is more unfortunate than the other. That is so... I mean, hey, hear me out. We could plug a source on which drive did I copy that? On this one? No, I copied it on that one. Let's load, let's use this bootloader to, so but now we need, so if that is the master jumper, we need to take the master jumper. No, I start collecting jumpers on the table. Wonderful. Maybe we can use this grub to load. Okay, maybe I should put them on the other side for the cables to be long enough. Come, I want to see late new kernel here today. Don't delay boot some modern kernel today. Oops, sorry. Shouldn't be that impossible to get you something loaded, man. Wait, now it detects really strange IDE things. Why would that be? That's bizarre. Somehow this super old garbage IDE controller is not happy. Hard disk failure. That's bizarre. How does that auto detection totally not? Maybe I should not use a garbage IDE controller. Actually, wait, what is here to maybe? Oh no, jumper is a slave. Oh, wait a second. Oh, the stupid jumper. The jumper core fell off. Oh, you can't mix this shit up. There, I pulled the plastic off. Damn. Every cursed shit you need to watch. Wonderful. Still jumpered master because wonderful. Do I have anything sharp and tiny here? Fingernail, not enough. Yes, here. Don't delay, don't use garbage jumpers anymore today. The jumper disintegrate, damn it. Everything you touch here fails. Like that's probably the 486 experience. That's what I'm thinking. Update 7 point things I think will first code remove happen 7.1. Yeah, obviously the idea is that we long-term pin for your police badge to fish taste. What? No, it doesn't detect anything anymore again. Why would that be? Maybe, I think this IDE drive is asking for SCSI replacement. Now it works. Not sure what. The problem is now though, which of those, because the problem is now which of those combinations have. No, Linux just crossed the 7, felt like 6 would be the last major. What? Did they release that? Oh, yesterday, last night? Did they release that? Oh, they did. Yay. Maybe we should update that. We upgrade to 7.0. Yeah, usually we can pre-test this. I'm not sure which of those cursed non-correctly clipped. Absolutely no issue with killing Unix. I'm not an enterprise guy. So we usually upgrade at .1 to avoid the peak bugs. I have the suspicion quite some patches fail. Why is that not loading something now? The problem is, like all the main boards since this year, like it's not trying to load something. Man, is that stupid. Every boot thing here fails. So usually boards after this generation had the IDE controller integrated on the board. That is why I literally, I just don't know. I have IDE controllers, but they are like Promise or whatnot. They did not appear bootable. I catch thermal and find bugs. Good for you, sir. Phishing isn't phishing. That's funny here that it doesn't boot that at all. Let's put the disintegrating jumper back there. Where did I have the... Here. Need to be careful that it doesn't fall into my precious keyboard. Oh, there is .12. Are we on .12? Or are we on .11? Need to be really careful not to lose this in. So which not in my keyboards. Wait. I really wanted to see this in a real 46 today. Like, this is really disappointing. Did not expect all the boot stuff to be that shit. So master or single drive cable select. Nearly nobody ever used cable select. Now the jumper doesn't go back on there. Oh, there it goes. That's not fun. That's not fun. We need some other boot strategy like this. That's not fun. We could test, actually, it would literally be obviously Linux 7.0. Let's change the title. That surely gives us some views. Yeah, you would really sure this is here like worst case, like boot things, but you would also think with so many Linux distributions this boot stuff would be extremely solid and not like meh, but let's test that. That's surely more. I mean, it would make sense to use like even a zip drive. $50 years worth of what? Like 50 years worth of software. Yeah, but no, we have LLM clankers that could clink that for us overnight, right? Like, couldn't we like, hear me out, Trap? Are you not Mr. LLM clanking thing, agentic stuff? Or hear me out, if just we train and instruct an LLM clanking thing of wipe coding on microkernel clean code things, and that will be amazing. Is that not in like, and then like in some week or month we can wipe clink us some much more better ecosystem thing. Isn't that what you proposed? Didn't you say like why I don't agentic LLM my microkernel things if we had free tokens? I thought Elon Musk will save the world and give us all free tokens. First claimed microkernel, yes. So, Linux, what's up to? We have many patches and I have the suspicion some will fail. 0 point stuff. Do they have now here 7x? Look, it's a future, new directory. If that ain't amazing, then I don't know what is. 7 0 1 when it will soon fix the first things of here of 7 0 things. Right. So many patches probably to delete. Genuinely think you genuinely think we should use AI to look base Linux kernel and look at vulnerable bugs and problems, but why don't things already happening, not overnight? Where are we? OSs, complexity, hard part things, OB1, TS, it's what? Why mainline? What do I mean by mainline? Bloody clanker, stop kicking over kids. DoorDash clones. Things, gas generator, backup pressure, what? Fracking, what? Dirty water, what you talking about? Yes, fracking, LNG, dirty water, yes. Dirty flammable water, let's hear me out. Building latest kernel for 486, right? Right. That surely needs to be tested. So I expect these patches to blow up and catch fire, but let's see how much. TTMBO thing, hotfix thing of, that's a good patch. Let's rename that for a second. How much more stuff would fail? It's really frustrating. I mean, it's good to see that grub did work once upon a time. Hotfix exec. I think this wasn't hotfix, or was it? Okay, I don't particularly care. I should review, like, basically. I don't care about this here enough. Like, maybe it's upstream now, maybe how many years? I mean, the right thing is I only imported this for fun. Like, basically, who needs security anyway? Maybe it's upstream now 3 years later or 2 or whatnot. Radeon display. Hotfix Radeon. Not the most important. I didn't send it upstream. So many patches. It's only constant change and multiplying patches. So this was only making it look less meh. What failed? Did I not look into the failed rejected thing? Connector. Connector name. They are here, DRM info. Here they changed this to DRM info. The reason I changed it because it looked like shit. It's not important. I just thought it was bloody ugly. And the problem is I saw it constantly scrolling. Like if I see ugly looking shit constantly scrolling by, eventually change it to my liking. T2 Linux with the most pretty debug output. Radeon, this one here. Oh no, it was DRM info. What did they change there? Theoretically, as you've seen just today live, we also need to make our riser patch to work actually again. They changed it from DRM info to there. Of course they did. Did I do this right? DRM dev of, yeah, I mean totally amazing, better kernel code, of course. Because people are canonically against AI and don't even know what and how. AI is also not good. It's large language models. We should not call large language models particularly AI. Why do you still discuss your flammable water, moonshine? Another problem with cruise ships is they dump all their shit into the same place. Cool. Yeah, cruise ships not amazing, totally with you. That's my viewers. Console, or is this, what is that? Is that scrollback? Oh, that's scrollback. Oh, but hey, it's the only Linux distribution that still patches back scrollback. Don't delay. Switch to scrollback Linux today. Scrollbackable. So that's probably on Phoronix, right? I mean, is it on mainstream news? Diebstahl über Robin Hood Aktion. Like we truly needed only Office, right? But, Robin Hood Aktion. 100 Euro Prämie. Krisenboni? How about we stop giving subsidies and how about we start funding T2 Linux? Maybe I should wipe code an article because mold. Do they support 486 as well? Yeah, there it got released. It's not even here or here. I mean, it's not really the. I would argue T2 is mostly more newsworthy than Linux. Oh wait, 7.0 I wanted. Maybe I should quickly wipe code an article faster than Heiser and Golem. All AI means trying to stimulate human cognitive function. Yeah, but large language models not really doing that. People trying to definition keep does nothing? What? I hope you're not going to use what are LLMs for that anyway. Of course not. Show Erbschaftssteuer things what? Deutschland ist ja immer noch stark in der Forschung, doch viele Startups wandern ins Ausland an. Yeah, if you fund our competition and not T2 Linux. Okay, so Volcanic Island. Okay, that's surely more important for IT news for profis. So, what's failing here? Oh, that's of course set origin. Bool in set origin. Set origin. Bool, was it int? And new screen, revert region, screen pause, convert, invert, conv, debug, enter. What invert here? Oh, they factored that out, huh? That's not there anymore. Was that like that? Okay, we will see in the diff if. I mean, not that this indentation would matter here. Oh, they tapped that? Or did I tap that? No, they tapped that. I mean, yeah, I like taps usually, but how many tabs do they? Tabs until there for some reason. That's bizarre. Where was the other? The other was the other here? Set origin here, right? This one. Set origin. Probably that one, right? Bool. Ah, shit, did I overlook that? Wait, is it? Wait, this is not even the right one. Shit, which file was it? Oh, here maybe. Ah, here probably. Here set debug, leave, enter. Is this one right? No, also not. Console age of here. Here we are. This isn't it? Yes, I doctor patches like this. It's usually also keeps stuff down right. Oh, this was one less indented. Seriously? Apparently. What's diff? Oh, this, okay, that's actually, okay. For targeting another kernel, where would you put the package? Just package? Target and target, what? For bootstrapping another kernel, where would you put the package cell? Thinking about bootstrapping Haiku. Yeah, maybe start with the target Haiku. I guess potentially. Oh, that flickered the wrong. This patches were not even the worst. Like this is even, yeah. I mean, basically, and that's the thing, right? Like in the Linux kernel development, they could also name the kernel 26.4, right? Basically, yeah. Actually, the Kwin has a bug. Now I realize it doesn't flash wide; it flushes the right. Like it has some double or triple buffering bug. That there sometimes flushes. Actually, that's not even. That is double or triple capturing bug. Like holy shit. This is bizarre. Oh, maybe it captures. Oh, you know what it does? I think it captures this mid-frame composition. So this is not atomically compositing that. It's probably that is so stupid. There is some really strange bug that recently appeared. But hey, thank goodness we have 2005 Linux distribution, most of which are Dragon, Hannah Montana, and Rebecca Purple themed forks of things. T2 Linux, the Rebecca Purple forked theme of Rock Linux. Yeah, it's clearly yes. This now I realize this. I mean, maybe did I? Maybe I should just disable. Maybe I should just disable transparency here. Where was it? Was it here? Maybe if we just black that, is like this black, like does it happen then as well? Because this flashing is super annoying. Maybe this fixes this or works. Maybe this works around this. Oh no, it flashed. Okay, never mind. That didn't fix the shit thing of buggy things of meh. Okay, how do we boot our real hardware? Like, dude, the crazy thing is years ago I easier booted 386 Linux. Which ironically I thought should be on this. Like, how is this booting the wrong bootloader? That is bizarre. Because this drive should literally not boot like that. That is bizarre. I need even better, like, yeah, I mean, it should just network boot. I wanted to say I need even better boot infrastructure, which would be this network boot. It's, of course, pretty ridiculous at just this. Oh, here even brand new hard drive, even with screws. So yeah, T2 is Linux 7.0 prepared, ready, kind of, sorta. There is the here is I wonder how it boots potentially. Actually, we can double check that. We can double check what it boots by running this in QEMU, which auto detects the geometry correctly with all capacity. Let me just see if that comes up here. Oh, I even forgot to plug in the there goes IDE power. What happens if we QEMU? I mean, we could literally run. What did we have here? Do we have here? Which is it even? HD SDB. What did we run here? SDC, we need B right now. Oh no, it does boot that. Why did it... what did I do to this drive? Maybe I Maybe I later installed... I totally don't remember this. Maybe for some random testing. I test too much stuff. It's really unfortunate because I had here 133, like what? Oh no, 2.9. Probably doesn't change a thing. This active thing usually did not do much. Does it have chain loader of... What was the syntax for this shit? +1? No. Yeah, this active did mostly do nothing. Drawing windows too difficult. Yeah, it's not drawing, it's capturing. I mean, to be fair, it's capturing synchronously too difficult. Oh, this also didn't build for some reason. We can power this off for a second. This active stuff usually did nothing for... I mean, this active probably only used by DOS or whatever, or some other OSs. For like Linux bootloaders, like for open source bootloaders, this active thing usually did nothing as far as I remember. Except maybe Lilo or whatever. But I also didn't use Lilo since like 2000 or whatever. Something of that sort. Is that MBR on that part and grub? Is the MBR on that part and grub? That's some... Currently that's boots grub 097, which I don't... I must have used this for some testing for some reason. A year ago that I don't like, maybe some live stream, maybe some random live stream. Wonder Russians you get from the Ukrainian pilot was using G. Could the Russians you and get the firmware at the full use of the GPL firmware hypothetically? I mean, they could view and whatever, but like years later, also only the user, we actually had such a discussion this morning, only the Linux, actually maybe only nearly, actually the Dr. Schupet thought like only the developer, but like now that I think about this, I mean, yes, some developer could, like, so maybe some developer could, but mostly the GPL grants the right to the user. So given the user is the Ukrainian army, like the Ukrainian army could view the drone operator if they even have GPL firmware on there and not some real-time OS. What's failing here? FDexec of outred of what do we even patch here? F use undeclared outrec. Do we patch this? fsexec. I really wanted to see 46 years old today. Oops. Latest fastpass exec. This applies, but then hear me out. Okay, we could also, like, it's theoretically as we touch it, the proper name would be up next, although apparently they're not interested there, potentially maybe. Let's see, can we make this fix again? Yeah. Oh, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, time freaking OpenBSD. Happy to hear that. Greetings too. Hope you have a wonderful, lovely and OpenBSD day. Yeah, time flies crazy fast, which maybe we should do something more important with our time on this planet, but have you seen the other Linux distributions? 1836, right? 1836-ish of, yeah, Outright. Oh, it doesn't have fast pass eno entry and path search failures before we alloc and or things. Path put path things copy string beep. Okay, hear me out. This is too. It's not too mission critical to. It was nice how long it lasted. Basically, no fast path exec anymore. It's like need to be. We rather need to write a microkernel and get i486 supported. Well, 20 years of Linux desktop. Kinder. But also. Yeah, if we're honest with ourselves, maybe too much change and regression, too many distributions and change and regressions and non-stable APIs to like maybe never. I also really don't like. Yeah, I got all the fancy KDE things to work, but what I see wasn't pretty. Like basically. It's also so bloated and stuff, which of course if you throw the latest Intel and AMD EPIC thread ripping stuff on it, or Apple Silicon Qualcomm ARM thing. Yes, this is 7.0 with patches. Getting into the Linux desktop will help a lot. Yeah, but I don't even know what will be relevant in the future anymore. I mean, basically the desktop is dead mostly anyway, with most things in the cloud. I feel like I'm rather old graybeard here with not having everything in the cloud. So yeah. French guy wants ditch MS4 Linux. I mean, yeah, maybe we should apply. Maybe we should send French guy email of like, hey, we in Germany have totally amazing Linux. Although the French guy probably might not totally love German kids sending emails. HomeLab is more popular than ever. I mean, Raspberry Pi tinkering. I think. There might be a huge. I mean, so basically, I said it before. Theoretically, there have been previously this circles or waves of mainframe, personal computer, mainframe, aka cloud. Like maybe there will be a swing back of personal computer. Today, the world. I mean, predicting the future always was freaking difficult. Right now, the future is like the timeline. I feel like we are in such a bizarre timeline that previously only would have occurred in the most bizarre and hated Star Trek parallel universe. Like, remember all the annoying, like, at least I always found the Star Trek parallel, like, cursed. I mean, maybe now I enjoy them more, but when I was young and naive, I always hated the Star Trek crazy parallel universe. I mean, in retrospect, maybe that actually were more interesting episodes than I hated them as a kid, but it feels like since a decade or two, it feels like we're like in the worst Star Trek, like from 9/11 to Trump and Musk and Russia's war on Ukraine and stuff. and everything in between. So going forward, it's like the timeline is already so bizarre that like I have no idea what the future, like the recent past, like and COVID, the recent past has been so crazy, a roller coaster of garbage that I feel like 10 years ago I thought I knew what the future would somewhat bring, but now everything is like plus large language model hallucination stuff. Everything is also so con men and unreal, right? Look no further, like master con men's like the Orange Clown and Musk and stuff. Everything feels like, and also this Altman of OpenAI and Nvidia, whatever the Nvidia guy's name was, Wang or whatever, like the cousin of the AMD girl there, of the AMD woman of, what's her, Lisa Su. Like it's all so strange. Like plus, like even the memory, like it's like the memory people, the memory companies took cue of Nvidia and Elon Musk scamming on. It's like, hold our beer, let's scam the memory market. That is, everything is so bizarre. Teal, yes, dystopian goal things of. The problem with the desktops is so much more than use case, and government Windows desktop experience is garbage as well. It did say allegedly. Yes, allegedly. Everything I said allegedly. First Amendment, free speech stuff of opinion. Don't send lawyers. I have no money left. There's nothing to get here. Gonna buy 30 global RAM supply, I promise. Yeah, I buy you AI things, I promise. It's like, oh sorry, I didn't mean it like this, like billions of AIs, like that is, no, it's like, it's just was opinion talk. I mean, we never had the opinion of getting your AI business things deals of like, just funnel some money somewhere. His lights aren't spectrum compliant. LiDAR on roof. What? School 4E, but learned enough just to be dangerous. Things, monitors with what? ESP, array, Wi-Fi vision things. Open, RISC-V. Yeah, RISC-V coming. We got it through customs. Hopefully it arrives tomorrow. Let's see what RISC RVA32 things. Time to Rob Schmidt. Gonna, yeah. Okay, so we did stuff. I really wanted to see something boot on this bloody, I mean, what is the smallest? Hey, we have stuff failing again. Did we not patch that enough? Did I not delete that enough? What did I do? Did I do something wrong? No, deleted. Latest fastpath exec deleted. Oh wait, did I do that wrong of up next of, no, that's deleted. What did I do wrong here more? What more did I do wrong? Also, yes, I'm casually test building latest Linux kernel for i486 just to trigger the Linux Foundation. What's failing now? Too few arguments for inode. APO. You know what this is? That is not even something we wanted the most. That's even, wait, what is it? APFS. Due, I only recently imported this. It's not even mission critical for us. It's even nice. That's only nice to have thing. I mean, yeah, AP. Hear me out. If just, where even is this? This is only from the T2 Linux import things. Damn it. Here. It's capital. Yeah, it's probably minor thing, but I mean, maybe we do that. It can't be that difficult. Yeah, you import some random stuff and of course. How do we get this booted on i486? I want to see this running today. Then I could work what I wish I was. Alright, wasn't sure. We all what now was making joke. Am I rich enough to I was making the joke that you were rich. Hope you won't take 10 like so mechanical things, direct attention things. Okay, so I really wanted to. By the way, has someone a Vortex 86 thing? They are so expensive on eBay. What's here going on in our YouTube things? Oh, 89 people watching. 89 people watching. Hear me out, no take. What we should have done, a petite 486 K exact petite boot. The only problem is this only has 48 megabyte of memory. Did I test with 48 that it boots? Oh, I didn't. Okay, let's see. BlockDev HDB. Oops. That. Oh, we also won. Do we this? Okay, hear me out. Let's delete here. Let's delete actually the whole kernel thing here, so that we have a clean only one kernel. And okay, we could pre-test if it has I mean, it kind of should. Did I do this wrong? Ah, I did this wrong because I removed boot. I removed that here. Okay, so this would be mini init rd. Alright, this is needed. What does it need? No IO APIC or stuff? No APIC? Yeah, Linux kernel foundation stuff. 486 crashes without no APIC. Was it this one? 48, when you kexec, you don't need to load everything into memory. Maybe kexec you need more modules read from. Yeah, but if you kexec, you need to load. So you consume like 48 memory. You would need double the memory to load the new kernel memory. So that's pretty wasteful actually. So wait, what happened here? Somehow this KRDC doesn't quit reliably. So this is still 128 megs of memory. I just wanna. What did I do? No APIC? No IO APIC? I lost overview. No APIC, right? Okay. Let's see. Can we boot this slightly older thing in? By the way, no take. How about writing your government that they could use T2 Linux for their desktop efforts? I think they prefer to hear from you more than from me, given my nationality. and history of that. Let's see, 48, has this a chance? Why is this not exiting? Oops, out of memory. Yeah. I know. What was it? No APIC? I mean, this is really... 48 is really killing it. Oh, that's barely enough. Barely. I mean, the rest not, but the init RD comes up. So there is a chance of network. I mean, that's just slightly older. Which one is that? 687 plus some bloat. Currently paused until new surface compiler is done, getting back to right after. Standard lib progress a bit, however, fault recently cut. Let's see code. So, it has a chance to come up if just we would get this stuff to somehow load. How can this be so stubborn? I mean, yeah, large disks don't work, network boot doesn't work. The one thing that could work did somehow... Maybe there's just something timer interrupt related on this board, because when we load it, but there's an old kernel. Because when we loaded it with old grub 096 or 97 or what it was hanging and not booting, whatever it did there. Do you accept PRs? Not sure things conversion, just in case. What else do we have there? Anything? If it was still looking billionaire gen specs and need IBM keyboard fingerprints, mechanical keyboard. Anything that could be done with regular expressions could be done better. What? No, regular expressions are amazing. Most things like regular expressions super complex. Like change my mind. Regular expressions are best domain-specific language ever invented. I mean, you should not just overdo it, but most regular expressions done differently are way more bloatedly and less easy to read and things. There are patches. You should... Andre, can you do me a favor? Can you run... There's scripts create checksum patch, but you shouldn't run this directly. We might even remove this. But T2 CI for commit and then like RAGS or whatever. What this CI commit is for us. But like if you run it, that's basically a shortcut, an easier shortcut than running create checksum patch and stuff directly, which we probably should move to some library and hide more and stuff. But like you should send stuff as checksum, because so this would, and then control C. So run that and then control C, because that would give you a checksum like you had here. Why is let's see, that's simple. Okay. Okay, but master, that's also not... you should... The thing is, master can change tomorrow. You should use a commit hash or tag or version or stuff. I could do that for you. So as I'm not Linus Torvalds. Linus Torvalds will say no, do it better. I's like, you should do differently, and I might polish that for you. I'm just saying that in case you're here and wanted to know already. Or wanted to send a... Really wanted to somehow boot 486 today. Fault tolerant. Okay, let's see if I have... I mean, the thing is, the IDE drives do... But have SCSI, did SCSI drives also have this size limitation? Maybe not, because they did their in 10 stuff directly, or did they also over SCSI because was it in 10, in 21, in I'm highly proficient in C. Want to build Linux kernel from scratch using only C as much as possible. Besides, what? Want to build a Linux kernel? What do you mean build? Compile? Because language 3 low-level contexts and expression in command line. Sure, expression in a parser for a specific grammar. Absolutely not. Probably mostly not. I also didn't say this. I thought you meant in general. Hey, look at this, and just like this, we prepared for Linux kernel 0.7. You know what? Let's take a look. So yeah, that's prepared. So don't delay. Prepare yourself by installing T2 Linux today. Do I still have this Linux here? What was the firmware? Was it boot Linux? What? Input file is also the output? What? Oh, yeah. That was wrong. What is that? What is that even? Boot Linux firmware. The boot Linux function has been simplified. EFI boot Linux. Aha. How about we try an older non-EFI capable? There must be a reason why this fails entirely. It would help if we could build that ourselves. How about do I have a very old T2 installation around? Oh, why is stuff always failing so hard? How about we try this Linux 5? Maybe that magically works. No, Reglex ain't that bad. Let's see, this Linux, how about... Okay, that's also not... If the date here is correct. Is there some feature things of... No? I mean, we could, you know what, hear me out. Let's see what older versions do. That would be this one here somewhere. Let's I mean, I should have said it. Why does this not? Is this a native mouse mode or what? BIOS. No. And what was the other? In case that's different, the other laws px Linux 0. See what happens. Maybe some older version worked for some reason. Oops, ouch. Yeah, okay, let's see what happens. How many people? 78. I mean, maybe it would make sense to capture this. I need to work on making analog VGA capture not annoying here. It cannot. I mean, the crazy thing is the x86 stuff should be so compatible. I don't see a reason why this PXE network boot should not work here. I like to watch this and pretend I know what's going on, but I really have no clue. How happy you enjoy this and learn something. Boot failed, press, wait, what? That's crazy, that fails more. That fails, that's crazy. That failed even differently more. It doesn't even load its config file. Failed to load LD Linux C32. LD Linux C32. That is funny. Why would that be? Failed sending px send. Are they interchangeable? Can we interchange this coursing here? Of course they moved this file somewhere. This is so hilarious. Everything you try fails differently. Why we can't deny things. The boot is not booting. No, the boot is totally not booting. I mean, that's a pretty fancy last generation 486 board, like with PCIe even. Not even that super old garbage. Only 30-year-old garbage. 30? Probably, huh? Maybe it's not. Oh no, it did something. Let's see. So that's the old, no failed invalid argument. Yeah, we should debug this if like just we could debug that easily. So that PXE Linux that loads something. It's like I mean, we could try even older, like maybe something was working in between somewhere. 4 stuff from... Are those dates here correct? Could try 407. And this bootloader business apparently also difficult on this totally compatible PC platform, huh? Let's see, were they at the same place in... No. If it even supported that already. And the other was... Oh, that's not a thing yet. What was it then? Oh. Maybe it was integrated in one big binary? I have no idea what there was. Let's see what there was. How large would it be? 26? I mean, what a bad luck. So the same binary works on 686, so... Boy, this is depressive. What's documentation saying? Does it have any documentation here? News PXE rename to match what config and PXE doc. Here's doc. What's the doc saying? Maybe they renamed it too. Oh, finally. Yes. And kernel on the TFT operates in versus Linux on familiar. Finally create. Note that file name things. So only this one file. What do we have here? From the sys Linux, finally create TFT. Oh wait, but they had... Oh no, directory, PXE Linux config. We'll search for things default in that order. I guess let's see. Did I copy this already? Probably. Was it PXE? Okay, that's... Let's see what happens. Only one way to find out. I don't have the highest hopes, given that the other thing already didn't work. I mean, it should have been so long solved in 2008. Or this BIOS just does something buggy, but why would the rest work if just not that work? No, that works. Memtest. Let's see, does it boot memtest? Ready. Oh, that works. So they have regression. It's memtesting. Memtest version 1.11. Hey, just use old shit working. Cool, then let's Control-Alt-Delete. Stop testing our precious 48 megabyte of... But hey, hear me out, this 486 currently, my first Pentium. This one 48 megs. I just wanted to say, I think this has more memory than my first Pentium. My first Pentium, I think had 16. I think, probably. Also somehow, Control Escape delete. Stop saugers. So the loudest thing here is the hard drive. Okay, hear me out. Maybe we can get this stuff boot with old stuff after all. The live has the password. We need to further improve that. So the password is password. We had this documented on the release page. Certainly should document that even more. So let's see what Linux does. What do we load with Linux? Loading 486, so that's PXE Linux config default. So we're supposed, okay, a mini RD, so 6.16.10. So that's the 486 stuff from last year, I believe. Okay, somehow this was slow and let this load a while. Oh wait, this is not the hard drive. That is a small fan. I mean, the thing doesn't even really need a fan much at 160 megahertz. I could also solder the fan on the 5-volt wire so that it spins like less than half as fast. It's always going to be that equivalent of get this completion. Things. Okay, yeah, this is loading somehow slowly on 486. Not really sure why. It's loading instantly on an AMD K6 600. Okay, what can we do in the meantime? We could pre-test here. Hear me out. Never delay. Always keep moving. Although I probably should. So, don't delay, create 486 ISO today. Yeah, hear me out. We should, these days, developing new microkernel bootloader stuff, of course, way more convenient. It's, of course, totally backward focused to make it work on 486, but it just pisses me off that this is so broken. Like, this is not 386. It even has more memory than my first Pentium. Like, why boot not booting anymore? Man. We will not do 486 first, like hear me out, maybe we do RISC-V. Like we should focus on new development things where shit is shitty, which is RISC-V booting. So yeah, this week we should shellac subscribe. This week we should do RVA 23. So don't delay, subscribe for that stuff today. I can grab my, actually here, can reload UPS thing here of UPS tracking of RISC-V password. What could possibly go wrong? Wait, that's funny. Oh no, yeah, it is, yes, on the way, 1108. The parcel has been released by a government agency. By the way, why does it say a government agency? Why does it not say customs? Does the BND backdoor my... Like, that is sus. That is a little bit overly unspecific for my taste. What's government doing? Man. Also, yeah, we should get T2 NASA certified so they don't need to bother with all DOS and Windows things. Yeah, next we need to do infrastructure. Like I see GitHub issue file doesn't download. Like we now, like with all the videos and all the amazement, we get so many users. It's actually 5 GitHub issues, which yeah, next we need to do mirror infrastructure things. So 486 run virt.io things of where do I have here, right? The latest ISO from today. Hey, wouldn't it, like, hey, hear me out, like Doom on 160 megahertz overclocked AMD X5 486 class machine. Gravis, I have a Gravis ultrasound clone, right? I don't have an original, I have this Argus open source thing, reinvented thing, right? So, like, hear me out, how about proving all the naysayers wrong of totally maxed out, like, aka more memory? How about I auction myself 128 megs or more of memory that fits in there and like totally max this shit out? Doom should not be possible. Doom runs fully snappy of 60 FPS. I was playing Doom on my 386 SX25 with 2 megs of memory, although granted on a slightly smaller window. So yeah, my rich friend's father had a 486 DX33 or whatever. There it of course runs smoothly. So yeah, this is luxury. Like this should run Quake like with 60 100 FPS or whatnot, right? This should even somehow somewhat run Quake actually. Although probably not, like maybe with 10 FPS or whatnot, I guess, because also Quake needed FPU, right? So floating. So this AMD X5, not floating point amazing. But I was like on my 120 megahertz Pentium, I was running Quake with 60 megs of memory, pretty snappy. Probably, I don't know, 30 FPS or 25-ish FPS, something of that sort. So this is not as performant as Pentium, so that's probably Pentium 100 rates, and Quake is floating point hungry, so nah. It should run Quake, just not amazing. Probably this runs Quake less amazing than my first Pentium 120, but yeah. Hear me out, we should make T2 vintage and retro, like we should next package some nice vintage and retro friendly frame buffer Doom and Quake variants of. Also, like, what's this boot even doing? Are we still loading, or are we still? Oh, we're still loading because it's super slow for some reason. Wait, what? What's going on here? Somehow I hate this chooser. I don't even know why. Somehow this chooser not amazing. What did I do here? Boot what? Probably started to boot whatever, but or maybe I didn't. I currently have 48 megs of memory, right? So we need this one here. That reboots, maybe running out of memory, killing init or whatnot of. Yeah, okay, so the new version probably too big for. Maybe our init RD probably also became slightly larger, so more. Guess I need to go find more memory. Oh wait, this was not me. Yeah, bloat is real. This was previously high-end, now even that's not super. Oh wait, is this IOMMU? I forgot about IOMMU. Double fold things of setup IO APIC. Yeah, this is Linux kernel foundation, cannot program anymore. No IO APIC edition. Must be difficult, the single address-based kernel business in C. DOS box would run on it. Probably not good, because it's emulating, right? So there was this other DOS box, or was it DOS box? There are some VM86, but was it deleted? Was VM like virtual 86 mode deleted in this kernel? Could get an AMD Phenom 2X4 on eBay for 10. Still use parents for. What? It is still in use at my parents for media stuff. Hello, Scarzy. Today we actually tried to do Scarzy. Nearly tried to do Scarzy. What was it? No APIC? Okay, this wasn't memory, but maybe that is memory. What? Oops. What do we do here? Wait, this doesn't have CD. Wait, what did we boot here now? Do we not have CD? Why is there not SR? Okay, there's theoretically hope though. What did we boot here now? Oh hey, we have 46 booted. I mean to a terminal, so that's 66 here. Like hear me out on a real here. It loaded forever slowly. What's spacebar doing? Spacebar. My ceramic key spacebar not happy. So hear me out. Like we got this. We get latest. Like we get this booted. Like somehow. I'm not. Somehow this is quite color blooming there. That freaking booted. I did not believe into that anymore. Even I started to not believe anymore. But here it is. In all its CPU. Yes, I know you want to see more. Actually, you would want. But like to run, I mean to really boot further, that's pretty tough now. Also, hear me out. Can it build NeoFetch in under 24 hours? I would hope so, because NeoFetch is only installing one file. The question is, can it check out T2 things in under 1 hour? Here we have boot real 3. Hey, it didn't even require no APIC. That's probably a QEMU thing of maybe QEMU does something silly. Here, yes, it doesn't have uname and stuff, but believe me, that this is the 6 whatever thing. You also see that it's slightly different from the previous, also Bogo maps. This is, oh wait, I changed the jumper setting. I didn't, shit, which one was overclock? Ach, damn it. I changed the overclocking jumper earlier. Darn. Which one was it? Was it the first? It was one jumper remove. Was it the first? I think it was, wasn't it? Okay, let's see how large is. Okay, let's pre-test. Wait, no? This should be off, I believe. Okay, it doesn't post. Then this was wrong. Then maybe this is 50 megahertz or whatever. Ah, shit! Come on, little tiny little jumper. Ah. Why did they not use dip switches? All right, too expensive. And it was the second jumper, I hope. 40 megahertz bus overclock. Come on, get off here. Yeah, that posts more. That's probably the overclock again. Then, yeah, you see from the previous. So this is the old Rock Linux 2.1 from 2001. The CPU stuff changes was also overclocked. That is the new one. So amazing. Hey, no bugs. Good. You see, old shit doesn't have bugs yet. We could even copy this. Oh, why does this flicker? Suck, what's your sucking photo sharing site doing again? So then, because it's convenient overclocked. Nah. Nothing too, not even the latest, but T2 SDE here. So then, do you think Linux can deliver good performance on weaker machines? Yes, but not with KDE. Also, we will soon really do microkernel and graphic subsystem and totally not. Should T2 update system just work? Too many packages broken? All I wanted was Git. 1 hour later, I'm broken this and broken that. I mean, it should work. If you all I wanted was Git, then you should have done T2 inst Git. It should work, but even I don't use it the most like this. Even I mean, yeah, we need to test this more. I totally see that. Yeah, we need more random updates, work more better. So hear me out. So this was just stage 1. So now we need. How large is net init rd? Can we get this get loaded? Okay, so we have a full build here. Hey, isn't it ironic? 486. Well, I'm not even testing the latest Linux kernel or anything else, but like. Only we test Linux kernel, latest Linux kernel first on 486. So 486, hear me out. mkdir 70T2 because it's T2 improved kernel. SCP things of not Spark, but it's only true 70. Not Sparky Sparks, but 486 things. This is totally fine. Should only match one. MMV, bam, done. Then, what was the name of this cursed peaks Linux config file here? It's a little bit, nah, oops, this one. Oh, we had, does it not work? Did this, we have here append. Okay. Because it didn't see that. Also, we need, I mean, maybe because, oh, maybe it failed because it didn't have an Ethernet device. Okay, we need net, net, how did we call it, net RD? Do we have that there? 70 net RD, yes. How large is that? Is there any hope we get this loaded? Okay, it's not that much larger. But this has not all network drivers, has it? Did we add all network drivers in there? Fixing dumpster fire? What's a dumpster fire? Okay, let's not do this on the server. Let's be smart and do that here. I should stop 10x engineering stuff as a root. Set standard decompress netrd to cpioi lib modules. How large is this stuff here even? 14 megabytes, that's not too super humongous. Oh, that doesn't have much drivers. Does it even have net stuff? It has NFS, so what did I say this is? 905? 3C90. It's actually from SCSI. Thank you, SCSI, Ethernet SCSI. That's the one from your Alpha that was not Alpha compatible and better works in my 46. The Alpha has some matching PCNet tulip that network, because this didn't even network boot in the Alpha. But that beautifully network boots on a 46. Appreciate this. We need to custom build us that. The Alpha is some crazy machine, yes, together with the 486 too. No system left behind here, so let's make a custom network boot thing. Do we have here? I think once I had here Tulip, but 3 common. 9.0, I said 9.0. Is it Typhoon? No, here's 5. Why do we have 509? But maybe that's Typhoon. Linux kernel naming always sucks. Oh, it's not Typhoon. Wait, there is, what did I say? 509? And stuff. God, let's take it out again. 509 CX, yes. I'm not having that here, but let's maybe just wait. Is it the only NE2K? I think I had hard-coded here Tulip for the Alpha. If minimal or if network that IPv6, net console, Ethernet things and stuff. Yeah, so the mininet not the super most usable as it. We somehow need to work on that. I'm not sure how. Man, we could ship it like that and then people need to rebuild it with their thing maybe. So SPN MKEnet. like that, except there's two dishes. System 7. 5.3 mini RD. Not RD, I meant 5.6. What? Helps to do it right. That was 5.6. That's still 5.69053. Ah, wait, it's identical size. Why would this be identical size? Is this so little that it compresses to the same block size for some reason? That's impossible. What did I do wrong here? 12.141. 12.1. What have I done here? Wait, that is somehow not the same file. Oh, did I? No, there. What have I done wrong? Probably someone tells me already. Because I looked at the wrong one. Oh, because maybe the name here is wrong. I think it wrote it as mini RD. Does it not have output? Out file, yes. Because it's changing. Yeah, I should fix this someday. That's not ideal. Five, 3, 122 things of. Should we double check that? Oh, wrong. Yeah, 3Com was also my go-to back in the day. Somehow I did hear something. Minimal network. Should this not work? Network, if network 1 minimal, or did I do this? Oh, I think I did this wrong, because our command line sucks a bit for historic reasons, because first we added one option, then we added another option. I think I did this without network. We should. The problem is if we improve this now, then it's historically incompatible, so it's no, it worked. Good that we double checked that. Hope it's the right card. Okay, one last time. I guess we can turn it on and hope for the best. Oh, we need one thing though. In the meantime, I mean it loads forever, so we have 5 minutes to type it. Because NFS would 46. Let's rthink the super new build where hopefully everything works TM. What even would the ID was 26. I'm not sure if this will work like this. It's better. Ah, shit. Yeah. So then Linux, let's see what happens. That will know, yeah, 7.0. It's probably at the edge of booting. I obviously need more memory. That synced. If this should boot, we should wipe the root password for a moment. Okay, I don't have storage on there. No. The thing is, I'm not sure if I have more memory in here that fits. And yeah, thirdly, you want to see this slow loading, but trust me, it's slowly loading. What memory is that? Is it EDO? Fast page mode thing? So, I mean, yeah, we did some random improvements, so that's always nice. So that's this board here that I should document even more. Oops, what did I copy and paste here? That's totally not what I wanted to copy and paste. I wanted to copy and paste this one. Jumper things here. Or user manual. What is here the totally unreadable user mem with like here? DRAM things, memory configuration from 1 megabyte to 128 using combinations of 18 nanoseconds uses 472 ZIMs. 72 pin ZIMs. Don't see most clear. 128. Did it not say somewhere 256? Okay, maybe I looked wrong somewhere. Also, like one day I need more cache. Like 512k, anyone? Do I have anywhere compatible VIMs? High capacity even. Where could I have such? Do they have here? 72 pin it was, right? No, not megabyte. Where could I steal such? What did they say? 72 pin. 72 pin VIM things. What's the cost of those? The thing is, the cost these days is rather high of memory, as you know. 72 pin ZIM. 25 PC or Korg. Yeah, you see, like 8 megabyte, like that's the stuff I've in there. Like, so what would be like 2 times 4? It's not getting as much, right? Here is Edo. Is this stuff Edo compatible? Enhanced data output things. But hey, hear me out, that's 32. Was this stuff interchangeable, like Edo, like for non-Edo and EDO? 2 times 16, 2 times 16. Hear me out, €1. Does that fit? Is this self-made? It says Kingston though. Hey, here, this one looks modern. Optosys things, 32 pin, 4M by 32, non-parity, PS2 ZIM 60 nanoseconds. 16, hear me out. Okay, actually, so for 128 we would need 32 megabyte if we wanted to fully max that out. Did I say 32? But that's EDO. Yeah, things. What's loading? What's booting doing? Booting. Hey, NetRD loading. The memory will be. Why do I not have more memory in here? Do I have other boards with 32 pin? Is that the same like in some Spark station? Can I steal it from some IPX or so? But that's with parity, right? Hear me out. Maybe I took some memory out for some Sun IPX board, potentially. Okay, we should theoretically eventually okay, it's still loading. Wonderful. Yeah, having T2 fully running on this would be epic. But I feel like for that to run really amazing, because I know already on Spark Station it didn't run amazing. Okay, let me maybe. You should see that. I know. I'm so lazy for. I guess that's the thing. If binary only shit is shit, then I don't use it, right? No. I have so many cards, it doesn't close anymore. Too many Matrox cards now for my Matrox box to close. Skazi should not hear that. What's up? Booting 46 Linux is up. And hunting for more memory. I mean, if I had more memory, I would probably plug it in there already, right? Oh, decompressing. Physical key parsing object, decompressing Linux. I mean, clever would have been to boot with. It didn't crash yet with out of memory. Watching in disbelief. So here's my memory magic box. What's that here? Other things. Oh, here we have. Somehow I'm wondering it's blinking cursor. That's not ideal. Why does it not do anything anymore? Is this here? What is this? Toshiba? What is that here? Somehow it's not progressing. Booting kernel entry offset. Things. Invalid physical address chosen. Physical KS. Compressing parsing. No relocation needed done. Are you okay? Still doing something? I should sort my abundant memory better because I have here some abundant things. Because it's PC100. Not really sure what it's doing here now. Whatever that is. Probably smaller and older. Should make a LibreOffice spreadsheet. Oh, here's something. What's that? 8 meg. 8 megs and 8 megs. Makes it 16. It looks like it might. So the previous kernel did something. This, what is that here? Okay, that's PC100. Somehow that's not booting further. That is very, very. Set SNI PC. What's that here? Not sure what that is. Let's see what physically fits there. Let's take one out and see what we got here. That is Toshiba, whatever. What is that here? Oh, that looks similar-ish and from Toshiba. How large would that be? Oh, was there something that it didn't fit in physically? This here is promising. The question is... they're pretty fat here, so fully populated thing. Okay, this fits physically. Does it post? How much memory would that be? I have only one in to pre-test what's happening. That only gives 24 megabyte of memory. That is not much. How much is that here? Maybe this one Toshiba was freaking large. I don't know. It would help if I would write on it how much memory it is. Oh, that's 16. So that means this module here must be pretty large, if that is. So that's 16. That makes 20. So all of those here are... Okay, what is that here? written on it what it is. It's not that fully populated, so from 97. How many posting? I need more memory in my 48. Wait. Oh, it's not posting? Okay, it's not fully posting. Okay, well, not this one. Off into the memory archive box you go. What is that here? But it's written 8 and Mac 8 is the Siemens. 8 is not really helping, but 8 I also have there. 8, 8, 16, 32. I have the suspicion. This one, which one was it now? Oh, this one. The question is, can I mix them arbitrarily? Because the one, what happens if so this one was 8, right? If I use this and this, does this, I mean 8 megabytes more memory is at least some free memory to breathe. What would that do? Starting to post? Will it fully post? Oh, it fully posts. How much memory? Oh, 2 megabyte. Why is this only 2 megabyte? What is the official memory stuff showing? Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, maybe it would want this in more matching pairs. That's unfortunate, which I might potentially maybe not have. This also means this one module is super large. What is it, 32? Must be a 32 module. Where's the manual? Did I close it already? Recently closed tabs of Soyo things. Maybe that's the reason why I didn't have more in there. Maybe more did not work with random stuff I had. Okay, here is, so that's bank 0. What is yeah, obviously no, I don't know what randomly mixed stuff they actually, here they have one. They have 1884. They have this small one first there for reasons. Was it, what did I say? Small, huh? Which one was the largest I had? Okay, yes, it's a little bit waste of time. Maybe I should just, instead of wasting an hour shuffling memory around, which one was no which here? That one probably was the largest. Maybe you should test if in general fully populated works, but it will not give us more than we had already. Let's post somewhat. And it gives us, oh, it gives us 32 megabytes. So they work, but that's less than we had. So that's, is there any combination that has, what would I have? I have a very large one. Would there 184, 18M? Oh, what the cursed heck is going on here? We literally had 84. Also, this one's here are pretty thick, like the pretty thick modules. Actually, do I have here others? This here work too, right? Because these are 8. Did they work? course, these here are much more modern and more compact. Due 2026. I really need to order me myself more memory for my 486 system. Didn't have that on my bucket list. Oh, that somehow look. This the problem is this. This module here doesn't. With this one, I get only 2 megs of memory. That's probably not ideal. Okay, those out they go. Whatever is with those. So then let's check if one of these and one of these is the largest at the end. What would possibly go wrong? Would this give us how much? So 8 more would be, if it would, that would be 84 plus. No, that only gives us 2. Duh. Why does this only give us 2? Maybe that is why I had such an odd number of 3 modules in there. Why is this gives us 24? It would help if they would write why that limitation is. Then I would better know how to shuffle them around here too. How much? Oh, it's only shit. More than 4 megabyte. Okay, all of this shuffling here helped nothing. That's unfortunate. I mean, this would be, what would that be? That would be 48 plus 8. Huh? Why is this 50? 48 plus, that would be 56. Why do they not have 56 here? 1188 4489 1122 how much are these? Are 16, right? Oh, this cable here does not help. Do we have here some? I had here a pencil the other day. All I needed was some memory. These models here even. But these are 8. Oh no, these are 8. I mean, why do they not have 56 here? 52, 1, 4, 4. What? And that's an odd thing. 1, 4. Oh, so that's 1 by, that's 4. Crazy that they don't have 56. Why would just that not support it? But with this one they have the small, larger. What do I have here? I have 8, 8 and 16, but this would, shuffling them around would basically not really help, right? I mean, that's also not the original main, the original unreadable scan is that one here. What do they have in this unreadable scan? Nothing? Memory configurations of things. Memory from 1 to using combinations of things. Use for not further specified. Okay, what if we, which one was the highest capacity? What if we put this here first, and then this, and this? Somewhat annoying that some combinations don't work. How much does this currently? Okay, this gives us 24, just like we had, and then adding the largest module. What could that possibly do? Probably should check if the one for my Spark station fit. No, that gives 2, like we had. Okay, we want to completely nothing with this waste of shuffling shit around. We can run one more try, the larger, a third. Okay, what does it? Okay, so this is how I had it. So that's probably giving us. What did we had? 48. Yeah. It's giving us 48, and then one more. What would that give us? All I needed was memory. Oh! Oh, only the last one is not working now. For reasons. Also giving us 48. Or was it not fully in? Rising i486. Oh no, it wasn't fully in because now it gives us only 2. That's unfortunate and not helpful. I wonder what memory the... I mean, maybe I should instead check what boards I have that could fit. How much memory did I had in... Yeah, that's probably the reason why I didn't have more in there. Wonderful. Wonderful. That's so unfortunate. So much to I have here as a memory. Wanted to see X Windows system fully up to date. Basically, I need larger modules with like 16 megabyte. Doctor, not sure what you mean. It was compact, abundant alpha, not appear. Indian was always. Source on Linux dropping support. Lame. But we continue to support it. So I have this Motorola Blackhawk PowerPC board. Was it not Blackhawk? Power Stack thing. Was it not Blackhawk? Come faster. Motorola Power Stack. What was the precise name? Yeah, that thing. What memory is in there? There is memory there. Actually, I never really used that after I was given it as e-waste. What is the name of this thing? Is this compatible memory? No, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the name of this thing? So that's 100. I think it's 133 megahertz PowerPC, but it's probably already faster because it's Pentium class, right? Spark Station, IPX memory. Before I unbox here everything, 432 them things. Look at that. Uses parity fast page mode with things. How much memory did I had in the IPX? Where do I have this IP export? Let me get the IP export. Here is IP export, and I think I had, well, that's freaking whopping large modules. Oh, that are freaking thick modules. I thought this one, I should make a photo how they're in there, because they also have 1, 3, this were 48, I believe. They are really, really, really fat here, though. How do they even? Are these normal modules? Oh, they're unlatched there. Maybe we can at least. The things I don't really need this IP export anymore. I mean, the question is, do they mix? Will this work? They are freaking large. I think were they supposed to be compatible? Okay, it starts to post. Yes. Yes, 16 megabyte. 16. Removing them is pretty manually removing them here. Oof. Oh, shit. Removing with a pencil, only live here on this channel. Why is this so meh? I wonder if they combine with the others and if they mem test. Come out here. Why did it not come out here? Okay, poor little Sun IPX. A little bit interesting. If you're wondering why do I have the board, because it was gifted to me 20 years ago without the rest, so that was e-waste. People giving me e-waste, so that is why it doesn't have a board. These are really fat freaking modules. So the question is, will they even fit here? Oh yeah, just one by one. Which was, so that's 48. I mean okay, they have parity and stuff. Which one was? Okay, this probably 8, and that's probably my other 16. So what's this Frankenstein combination? Give us 64 megabyte of memory. Doesn't give me VGA output. Cool. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Okay, with one out, it gives me 48. Cool, we are like how we were. Like now we have 48 megabyte from totally no progress. Wonderful. Maybe doesn't like mixing fast page mode and not fast page mode. The thing probably cannot do parity, can it? Where was the other that didn't post with the others? This one? Maybe this here off fast page mode. Does it even start posting? It starts posting. No, it starts posting. But doesn't have VGA output for some reason. Okay, this totally gave us nothing for some reason. I wonder if the performance is better though. 640k enough, yeah, only for microkernel. What were the others? The others were, what else did I have here that didn't? Let's does it pose? Yes, that, wait, what? Yes. Let's mem test this. But I mean it doesn't make really much sense because unless this is faster, I don't know. What did we have here? Let's mem test. And yes, you want to see that. Shall I subscribe more? So I did. Oh, that doesn't. This doesn't output the speed. Okay, that's said. Maybe those here are fast page mode. That previously didn't post. Where are those others? The Siemens? Why did someone give me that with 48 megs of memory and not 64? What were they thinking? Also, why does it start to post? Oh, it starts posting with those. With oh, but only 1 megabyte. That's sad. Why does it only do 1 megabyte if I have 48 and plug in one more module and all you get is 1? I don't understand BIOS programmers. Yes, when the OS much smaller. What was Maybe those are fast page mode miss parity. Oh, here is there Germany. Oh, these are the Siemens ones. Holy, now I made a complete mess here with my modules though. Oh man, this is the thick battery of. No, also only one. If I. This is bizarre shit happening. That is very, very sad. 48 things, basic math. Yes, it's overflowing too much parity. Which is here, which dim even, by the way. That's bank 3 though. I wonder if it would be slightly different, but oh, like holy shit, getting the modules out here will be painful. Like I can barely reach this retaining. Did I try all variations? Maybe I did though. So yeah, that's unfortunate. We are basically out of memory. Basically what I need to do is go to eBay and source me so this had me nothing except if we can, if it is different, if I would shuffle them all to the back and would put the other first. We could kind of try that last. But getting that out will be because it's really oversized modules now. How should I get them ever out? That was not very. Oh, I have one out. Poor little spark. Did I make a photo of how I had this populated in the... I wanted to make a photo, right? Did I make a photo? The poor tiny... Okay, getting this out was okay-ish. So which was the largest? This was the largest module. What happens if I put this largest module in? Are they here all identical? No. What happens if I put this module in? Actually, maybe I auctioned me the 16 megabyte. I vaguely remember that once I wanted to more memory for those things. Maybe this was just one. Oh, that's stupid. That's a six. You can't make this shit up. There's something really cursed going on with the address map of this thing. I have one different 60 megabyte and the Sun module in, and it gave me two, like 2 times 60 megabyte, you get 2. It's like, so yeah, that totally did nothing. But hey, we tried it. I could I could try what happens if I, but yeah, this is also so stupid. I mean, yeah, very fixed memory. So the reason this happens is very fixed memory address line configurations for physical memory. In those early chipset things, very directly connected stuff without much switching logic, and so that is why these are so strict requirements. So I have 1688 now. What do we get? 1688, and we get probably 2 or 1. Oh yeah, 2. This is silly. So yeah, if you, yeah, somehow that is yeah. Basically, this is also somehow hardware. not amazing. If we would have spent the 10 minutes of searching for memory on fixing this in software, we probably would have been further. So what now? So those here first. So 8, 16. Wait, is this what we had? 8, 16. Is this what we had? Did we not have 48? 30. Yes, this is 48. Wait, how is this 48? Sixteen 32s. Yeah, I mean it kinda. So did we? No, we didn't boot this. So are you confused here? Are like things about HP that create at least 5 different architectures things? I kinda should plug it into this here again, not to lose my precious parity modules. Did I make a photo? I made a photo, so the two similar ones first. So we should see the two similar ones first. Oh, here, this way. This one. And then one's free, and then this one. Is this way or that way? Okay, that way. Need to remember that this is basically untested now because we removed and tucked it in again. Usually I prefer to only store things away that are fully tested, but I'm not powering this on here now. That is set. Basically, at least we found an old thing. I just don't know why does 7.0 not. Did we test the 7.0? We probably tested this, right, in QEMU. Can already see things off here. In QEMU it needed no LPIC or whatnot, and console. I think this probably did boot, right? Yeah. Okay, device appear, yada yada. Nabendmatic. Yeah, we are kind of nearly through here with our partially fruitless. Oh wait, why is this still so long? What is going here? So we have 7. We have this pre-test. Wait. Oh, it's not the right. Wait, what? What have I done? Wait, what? Did I somehow not create ISO or stuff? How much memory was 64? 64 megabytes surely should be enough for everyone. Does it? Wait, it also doesn't 687? What do I even do here? What do I do here? Huh? Huh? Where is this coming from? What am I overlooking again? Something bizarre I do. Oh, I had this here hard-coded for some reason. That's of course not ideal. Wait, what? CD? Oh, I know the. Gonna raid and run. Have a good. Thank you. Although we are. Thank you for your raid. So we are somewhat busy, but appreciate this. I hope you had a good stream. We are. Oops. I think I did this. What did I yield? CD-ROM. Here. I probably did this wrong now. What did we have previously there? Drive, huh? Did we have... Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have just delete. I mean, also it does not really... CD-ROM. Shit, I just... What did I do? Can someone rewind? What was written there? I prematurely over-deleted that. Thank you for the shout out. Probably no take, huh? Here, file blockdiff is... Why did I delete that? I mean, I guess it works with dash CD-ROM. Maybe I had the dash CD-ROM, huh? No, format is dangerous things of device things. AICI not found. HCI. Oh, why did I just delete that? Dash CD-ROM requires also booty. Yeah, I have that, but I had here something else. Although I don't really need that here, though. Actually, I think I only did that. The problem with that here... Oh, dude, why did I screw this up? Yeah, maybe version your QEMU helper thing. Image things, device, but... Okay, wherever this where is AHCI coming? Here also, but... okay, because it's... Probably like this. Here's also that stuff. So wondering where this is out of memory. We are somehow out of memory. But yeah, this was fully dirty. Of course we are out of memory. What were I thinking? But this one here would be interesting. This probably also means earlier I didn't boot 7.0, I guess. Right, is this IO ape? What is this? Mount root on. Oh, right, error in it unpacked. Oh, that's not enough memory. That's of course not ideal. Oh no, Epic, right? Epic. This one, vulnerability database, unless RCE component things. Okay, that did something. But that's of course too out of memory. But okay, this has a chance to boot. We are just at the edge of 48 megabyte, of which I totally don't have more memory for. Does it still need no Epic? Or maybe there's no Epic. Oh, no Epic stuff might have been fixed. Okay, for this it's not enough memory. Things would have been cool to see this on real hardware. Somehow it was stuck at. But did we not had 0? Did we not had? Oh no, this was slightly older. Claude discovering things when things of sorts on. Okay, had all this stuff. Yeah, I have to go. I have some other things to do. Surprise, surprise. Really wanted to see that running on real hardware, but I can't change it now. The one thing I can change is actually does this chipset does it make use of fuzz? Yeah, basically 70 pin ZIM I need. 128 MB or 64 here 2 times. That's pretty freaking large. And America, no thank you very much. 128 EDO. Schnell Seitenpage. Yeah, this big stuff not that super easy to source. Oh, here 4 times things 60, 4 times 16, 70. Hey, hear me out. Maybe that one. Whether that will work. That would be cheapish if it works. 64 meg. That sounds like a plan. I mean, it's slightly not much more. These modules look so strange. Are these even real? Like, they look a little bit sus. What kind of... I don't understand what kind of... strange modules these are. Anyway, that is the... here, look at this. 4 times 16 things EDO. That here looks slightly more legit. Not sure what's going on with the other thing there. I mean, that one here is... Hear me out. Like, if we zim FPM, like, that would potentially allow us slightly more even. If we potentially get this combined with some other thing. Potentially, maybe, huh? 72 or even 96 gigs of memory. Share, like, and subscribe. We surely need to do as amazing things as amazing pointless. So the point of this is, of course, continuing 46 further, of which we already got GitHub issues and emails and questions here. So don't delay, share, like, subscribe. I have to run. I hope you just learned something. And if you're new to our stuff, we do to Linux, right? Don't delay. Try that today. Open some GitHub issues, pull requests, send us emails, join Discord. Hope you enjoyed to learn something. Have a good day and night, and I hope to see you soon for also RISC-V and 46 continuation to come. And just like this,